lassen Sie uns direkt beginnen mit der ersten Diskussionsrunde des heutigen Themas, des heutigen Tages, Entschuldigung. Das Thema lautet von kolonial zu Kapital, wie Natur- und Klimaschutz an alten Ideen scheitern. Es soll also darum gehen, inwiefern die aktuellen Bemühungen für mehr Artenvielfalt und gegen die Erhitzung des Planeten auf einer rassistischen, ausbeuterischen, veralteten Weltsicht basieren. Darüber hinaus bekämpfen diese vorgeschlagene Lösung häufig nicht die eigentlichen Wurzeln des Problems. Und das ist etwas, worüber wir, wie ich finde, als Gesellschaft sprechen müssen. Und daher sind wir sehr froh, dass wir heute so großartige Gäste gewinnen konnten. So, wir möchten beginnen mit Llanquiray Painemal. Sie ist eine Mapuche aus Mapuche, das ist ein Gebiet, was im heutigen Chile bzw. Argentinien liegt. Sie ist seit ihrer Jugend politisch aktiv, unter anderem gegen die Pinochet-Diktatur und für das Recht auf die Selbstbestimmung der Mapuche. Sie lebt heute in Berlin und ist aktiv in verschiedenen Geflüchteten- und Migrantinnen-Communities. Und darüber wird sie uns jetzt etwas mehr erzählen und dabei auch darüber zu sprechen kommen, was es mit dem Kolonialismus auf sich hat. Vielen Dank, dass Sie da sind. Das Wort gehört Ihnen.
Mari Mari Mapuche, Mari Mari Pulamien, Mari Mari Puentu, Kinye Kumechari Kupalen, Kompu Wishafe, Kompu Wishafe Somo, Kompu Wishafe Buntu, Inche Llanquiray Painemal, Mapuche Somo Inche, Inche Ta Koiba Painemal Tumun, Gule Berlin Warrior Meu. Ich habe euch auf Mawvn begrüßt. Ich bin Llanquiray Painemal, ich lebe in Berlin. Ich bin von einer Kommunität, aus der Gemeinde, die heißt Colectivo Painemal, und ich lebe jetzt in Berlin. Ich habe begrüße insbesondere an die Menschen, die heutzutage kämpfen. Frauen und Männer, insbesondere auch die Menschen. Ich habe hier meine Spitzzettel, weil ich war krank und damit ich nicht vergessen, was ich da sagen will. Erstmal will ich mich bedanken für diese Möglichkeit hier zu reden, weil normalerweise ist es nicht die Normalität. Das Normal ist, dass es über uns gesprochen wird.
I think something is coming. Es war kurz da. Yes, it looks which is, but there's something. Ich höre ein bisschen was, but I need to put it on reading.
Und ich bedanke mich dafür für diese Möglichkeit. Ich bin in Berlin organisiert in einem kleinen Kollektiv, die heißt Mawvn. Mawvn bedeutet Regen auf Mapuzungun.
Okay, there's a little bit of sound
was wir machen,
through,
wir versuchen die Situation insbesondere der Mapuche, aber nicht nur die Mapuche, sondern auch ein bisschen auch verbunden mit anderen Bewegungen und Organisationen. Wir wollen hier in Europa sichtbar zu machen, was in unserem Territorium passiert, insbesondere wenn europäische Unternehmen involviert sind. Wir versuchen auch über die zu berichten, wie über die Kriminalisierung von indigenen Kämpfer und Kämpferinnen, über den institutionellen Rassismus, über die Ermordung auch, weil viele Menschen werden leider seit Jahrzehnten ermordet. Ich spreche hier als Verteidigerin der indigenen Rechte. Ich habe mich überlegt, ich spreche eigentlich auf eine Exil der Plünderung. Ich lebe hier in Exil. Ich bin hier in Deutschland, weil das Land nicht mehr ausreicht. Weil unser Territorium beraubt wurde. Und meine Aufgabe hier in dem Exil ist,
Die Kontinuität der kolonialen Beziehungen, die in alle Bereiche vorbestehen, aufzudecken und zu enthüllen. Das ist in der Bildung, im Wissen und in Institutionen. Als Colectivo Mawvn machen wir auch die Kämpfe der Mapuche-Gemeinde sichtbar. Und wir fragen oft, warum diese europäischen Unternehmer, wenn sie das sind, warum das sind, wie sie kommen dahin und wie sie sich verhalten in den indigenen Gebieten. Die indigene Bewegung oder indigene Gemeinden sagen, dass der Kolonialismus nicht zu Ende gegangen ist, sondern die Form des Kolonialismus ist eine andere.
Colonialism only has changed, or rather the color has changed. Now it has become green. Now the colonizers are coming to get our resources, and now the countries of the global south have to pay for the energy transformation of the countries of the global north. Now, this eco-colonialism or green colonialism sees indigenous peoples as suppliers of resources such as lithium. Where is lithium coming from? Lithium is coming from South America, from Argentina, from Chile, from Bolivia.
Und das müssen wir uns fragen, warum wird das Lithium für die, oder woher kommt dieses Lithium für die Batterien, für die Autos, für diese Roller, die ständig in Berlin wir sehen. Das kommt von da. Und das Problem ist, dass die Leute, die da wohnen, werden nicht konsultiert. In Norden Chile zum Beispiel, da leben ein indigene Völker, die heißt Llanquiray. Und die wollen da leben bleiben. Und das Wasser wird verschmutzt, das wird weniger Wasser bleiben, wenn das Lithium gebaut wird. Wie sagt man? Mein Deutsch ist ein bisschen nicht so gut, aber egal. Hauptsache ist, dass diese ganzen Unternehmer überall in den indigenen Territorien sogar die indigenen Rechte nicht respektiert. Es gibt diese ILO-Konvention, es gibt das Recht auf Konsultation und wir fragen uns, warum wird das nicht respektiert? Und das ist auch kein Skandal. Und das ist für uns Kolonialismus, dass wir nicht selber entscheiden können, welche Entwicklung
where do we want, which solutions do we want for ourselves. And for us, this is a problem. Now, this green colonialism is basically telling us that it has also solutions for us. For example, these are fake solutions. Now, why do I say fake solutions? The causes of environmental contamination and pollution are not being tackled by this green colonialism. Now, there is a possibility for companies to continue to pollute. Now, companies can get credits, so companies can continue to pollute our lands and they can trade with these credits. They can basically buy credits from countries who are not polluting. Now, in Chile, we have a problem. We have problems with eucalyptus and pine trees. Millions of hectares are monocultures, and
water is being contaminated, there is no water, etc. Now the companies have discovered this market as well, and they're saying these monocultures of eucalyptus are also forests, and they can basically, these monocultures are keeping the environmental clean, and we can sell these credits. So companies can make money now with this. So this is a really big problem. Big companies are getting these credits. They are saying they're not violating human rights, they're respecting the various conventions and bringing development. But we believe that these companies are violating human rights. They are involved in territorial conflicts, and we are asking ourselves, how do these companies getting these credits? We, indigenous peoples and organizations, we have little possibilities to deal with these issues. Now, these are all systems developed in Europe, and we have to understand all this. We don't have the same resources and possibilities to understand how these bureaucratic solutions look like. We ask ourselves, how can these CO2 emissions be calculated? These are formulas which experts and technocrats only understand. And with these questions, this is what we are confronted with, not only today, but for decades now. The environmental degradation and changes has been something that we've been affected for a very long time. Where I come from, we don't have enough water, and it's a constant struggle. Is there still a little bit of time? Asked Llanquiray. I would like to mention just a few more things, one more point. There is a relocation of environmental pollution to the countries of the global south. Now, in South Argentina, fracking is being done, which is forbidden in Europe, and this is colonialism. Now, in Argentina, for example, these people can do whatever they want, these companies, but in Germany or in the global north, it's prohibited. So we are asking ourselves, what's going on? Just to come to the end, let me raise one more point. What is the solution for us? Well, we want our territories to be returned to us, and that the territories that we live in are respected, and that at least the international conventions, like the ILO Convention, are being respected, and the right for consultation. This is the minimum of our demands. And please stop imposing solutions from Europe on us. Solutions should be made together with local communities, the women, etc. And energy should not be a commodity. There are many communities who don't have electricity or water. We need to move away from this economic way that is profit-oriented. We need also to put the well-being of the people at the heart of our struggles. So we'll start the change here, please. Let's not exploit our territories anymore. Because what we often see is the environment is being destroyed by Europeans, and then they come and impose their solutions on us. So what we need to do in order to end with an optimistic note, we need to respect the knowledge of indigenous peoples. We have a lot of experience. We've lived in these territories for decades and centuries. 80% of biodiversity is concentrated on the indigenous peoples' territories. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for this input. I'd now like to invite Simon Counsell. Simon Counsell is a researcher and an author on the topics conservation. He was the director of Rainforest UK, which helps indigenous peoples to respect, to fight for their land, etc. And he will talk about how the forest conservation is basically a colonial continuity. He is observing the international negotiations on conservation and also the 30% plan. He also deals with the question of commodification of nature and also what lies behind all these buzzwords. Simon Counsell, the floor is yours.
Jetzt kommt leider.
Proposal goes by a very simple shorthand of 30 by 30. And what this stands for is the proposal that's being advanced under the Convention on Biological Diversity to designate 30% of the Earth's land and 30% of the Earth's seas as protected areas by 2030. And I'll delve a little bit into the background of this and whether there's a scientific basis for it, because it's presented as a science-based target. Really, it's been seen, I think, by many of its proponents as a stepping stone, we might say a Trojan horse, on the way to achieving 50% of the Earth being placed into protected areas. And this half-Earth idea was proposed originally in 2016 by the American entomologist E.O. Wilson, although I think it had actually been circulating amongst conservation biologists for some years before that. And his views, Wilson's views, I think it'd be fair to say have been met with a fair degree of skepticism and even condemnation as being unjustified and possibly even quite dangerous. I mean, even if there's actually fairly good evidence that biodiversity is declining, although I should say that the evidence is nothing like as convincing as the conservation industry would have us believe. It's much less clear that this idea of Wilson's to protect strictly or otherwise a half of the Earth is either justified or is a credible solution to this problem. I mean, the practicalities of it are huge, the impacts very significant, especially on people. And these were barely even considered, actually, by Wilson and his followers, let alone addressed, described how the possible impacts of this could be mitigated. The kind of work that Wilson was doing on declining populations of insects, particularly in tropical forests, I mean, they show how insects behave if you destroy a specific piece of habitat, but they can't necessarily be kind of reverse modeled to show that if you protect 50% of the planet, it would be necessary, you'd have to do this in order to, as he believed, save 85% of all Earth's current species of life forms. So it's a very theoretical approach based on ecological modeling. Moving on to 2019, another half-earther called Eric Dinnerstein, who for many years was the chief scientist at WWF, the Worldwide Fund for Nature, was the lead author of a paper published in Science Advances entitled A Global Deal for Nature. And what this paper says is that what he called the most logical path to avoid the dual crises of biodiversity loss and climate change is, as he said, maintaining and restoring at least 50% of the Earth's land area as natural intact ecosystems. And you can already start to question exactly what might be meant by natural intact ecosystems, given the kind of long duration of indigenous land management over many of those areas. And this, under this proposal, this would comprise 30% of the Earth being protected purely for biodiversity and another 20% for what he called climate stabilization areas. And he produced another paper the year after that which said more or less the same thing. And in the same year, the discussion started on the proposed text of a thing called the Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. And it's a rather cumbersome title, but what it actually means, it's a 10-year action plan to take us to 2030. It's been delayed a bit, so probably 2031, 2032, to implement this Global Convention on Biodiversity, which is the globally legally binding agreement signed by 190-something governments in 1992. So it's an action plan for the next 10 years and actually potentially all the way out to 2050 for implementing this convention. So this is the main global focus, if you like, on how to protect biodiversity, and in that sense will frame global conservation policies for at least a decade and possibly several decades. So this is significant stuff. The original draft of this global biodiversity framework included the specific target that 30% of land and seas should be under protection by governments by 2030, so the 30 by 30 target. To put this target into context, it will represent a near doubling of the current extent of protected areas globally. It reached about 17% this year or last. And that 17% target, as it has now been achieved, was achieved under the previous Convention on Biodiversity 10-year action plan, which ran to 2020. In terms of just the terrestrial ecosystem, setting aside the oceans, that would be an increase in protected areas, strictly protected or otherwise, globally, equivalent to more than twice the size of the United States of America. According to one study, if this were implemented, some 300 million people worldwide could be adversely affected by loss of their lands, by loss of their livelihoods, by being evicted from these newly created protected areas. A very credible scientific study actually showed that, similarly, that if the attempt were made to put half of Earth under these kinds of protected areas regimes, up to 1 billion people could lose their lands or livelihoods. And let's assume that the most biodiverse areas are targeted for this kind of protection. And because most of the biodiverse areas left on Earth are in fact indigenous peoples' lands, we can assume, I think, reasonably that many of the 300 million people that would be affected by this 30% target would in fact be indigenous people. And as Survival International and other organizations have been documenting, reporting for many years, in fact, the increase in protected areas that we've seen, especially over the last decade or so, has already led to brutal dispossessions, evictions, militarization of conservation areas, and violent attacks on indigenous peoples and other local communities. So we can expect that with this increase and near doubling of protected areas, these kinds of problems are going to escalate rapidly. So one would think that there's such a far-reaching proposal with potential impacts on so many people, and which is close to being adopted into an international agreement, would at least have a kind of solid scientific justification behind it, shouldn't it? Conservationists, of course, say that it does. The Secretariat of the Convention on Biodiversity claimed in its justification for this target that the science is converging, was its word, around the 3030 as a proposed global target. In this justification, it listed 8 scientific papers which supposedly support it. I recently inspected all of them. 3 of them relate specifically to oceans, and I won't go into those. There's probably a slightly stronger case for increasing the area of protected oceans. Of the remaining 5, 2 are broadly in favour of something like a 30% target for protected areas. They're both written by... Got it back? Yeah. The 2 papers that are in favour of it are both written by organisations that are very much involved in protected areas, in IUCN and Conservation International, for example. 2 more of the remaining 5 are those that I mentioned by Eric Dinnerstein. And the remaining paper actually is very interesting, and I think must have been largely ignored in the proposal for 30 by 30, because it is in fact largely critical of these kinds of protected areas targets like 30 by 30. In fact, outside a relatively small group of, let's say, interested parties, there is in fact a lot of divergence about how to even approach the problem of protecting biodiversity. I mean, some of the issues that do actually come up in the scientific literature repeatedly, including some of those papers cited by the CBD, are that existing parks are inefficient, they're badly located and often very badly managed. That better rather than more parks of one kind or another could protect a lot more species. The increasing areas of parks, just increasing the size of the areas of parks might not help biodiversity at all, and we can easily imagine a scenario where, in order just to comply with this protected areas target, governments designate very large areas as protected areas, but they're not necessarily the most important ones for biodiversity. That's already been happening at a large scale, in fact. I mean, you can see all over Africa, for example, that huge areas repeatedly are being designated for exactly the same kind of species. So it's not necessarily saving very much biodiversity. They say that these percentage area targets can have very perverse outcomes. And again, we see this potential problem of designating the wrong kinds of places for the wrong reasons and not necessarily the most effective way of protecting biodiversity. And the list of these problems kind of goes on and on. I'll have to cut it a bit short because we're running out of time apparently. And most of these contrary views, in fact, are based on the experience that we've already had in the last decade, 15 years or so, of the existing increase in protected areas. One of the, and in fact, even Erik Dinnerstein himself, who's the most kind of referred to scientist in this debate, admitted last year that this 30% target is in fact arbitrary, was his word. Interestingly, what Dinnerstein and his team also said is that the 30% area target for 2030 effectively already exists when accounting for indigenous land. And again, this is recognizing that indigenous peoples are the best conservationists. But there's a catch, and that's that these indigenous lands would only count towards the 30% target if they're formally acknowledged by governments as effectively managed conservation areas. And what this means, basically, is that despite the fact that they're this kind of area of protection already exists, largely within indigenous people's lands, these lands simply don't count because they're not being reported on and managed according to kind of the Western concept of scientific conservation. So I think this speaks volumes about the colonial mentality of much current conservation and the 30-30 proposal. A handful of Western, mostly American actually, conservation biologists can claim with very questionable and even much contrary evidence that 30% is needed, and it finds its way into an international agreement. Yet the continuity over thousands of years and continuing existence of biodiversity in indigenous peoples' territories is not adequate to demonstrate that the best and long demonstrated way to protect biodiversity is simply to protect indigenous lands. And I think this whole approach needs to be turned completely on its head. I am going to come to a conclusion in a minute, I'm sorry. But rather than indigenous peoples having to show that they comply with the requirements of conservation biological science, conservationists should be, before any more protected areas are established anywhere, should be required to demonstrate that their protected areas have actually worked. And more specifically, that they work better than indigenous lands.
Ich glaube, das ist...
I'm really coming to conclusion in a moment. This is the main point.
Vielen Dank.
So just say, one of the very striking things about the debate around the 30-30 proposal is just how little empirical evidence there is that these protected areas have worked. So I'll wrap it up there, and I'm sorry I've gone on a little bit too long.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Counsell.
Yeah, thank you so much, Simon. We had technical problems, and I hope that the technical problems have been resolved. And I'd like to welcome the online viewers. Thank you so much for being part. We've heard from Llanquiray Painemal how colonialism is still continuing and has gotten a new color, a green color, and you heard from Simon what the 30-30 plan basically means and what lies behind that, really. Now, I apologize for the technical problems, and I will now say hello to Jutta Kill. She is biologist, author, and consultant, and she researches on economic tendencies in conservation and warns against the consequences with the trade with pollution rights. And she has a small experiment with us today, and she will talk about the solutions that governments and companies are pushing for. Jutta, the floor is yours.
Genau, und fange schon mal an. Vielen Dank. Sehr schön. Nach so vielen Jahren oder vielen Jahren, 2 Jahren ohne direkte Veranstaltung nochmal in einem Raum mit vielen Leuten zu sein. Ich würde gerne anfangen mit einem kleinen Gedankenexperiment. Aktionsplan 3030, da ist Simon Counsell gerade drauf eingegangen. Der Plan in den nächsten 10 Jahren, die Fläche der Naturschutzgebiete. Ja, kann ich. Danke. Die Fläche.
So we can hear Jutta much better. The areas of protected areas supposed to be extended by 2030. Now let's imagine for a moment, especially those who are coming from Europe, just imagine the following. Central African organization, African Global Society, and the government of the United Oil Countries now announce in a ceremony that they will have a new nature conservation center, and that governments of Europe now have decided to have a new connection between the national park in that country and that one in Europe. So they want to have a central connection between flora and fauna in a highly degraded area, which is supposed to be essential for global biodiversity. Of course, financial payments will be given and everything will be done so that the population that is basically responsible for the degradation will be relocated. Now, the relocation will be taking place over the next few weeks. Preparations are taking place. There have been participatory events where the population was informed that they will have to stop their economy there, and Teresa, who is a herb expert, can no longer collect her herbs and can no longer continue with her livelihoods. She will be designated new areas, and funding is continuing, and details will be announced later. And of course, the plans have been put down in nice maps, etc., and are presented at this conference. Now, everything is done in order to protect the coal mining area better in order to save climate protection and nature. And imagine what would happen if this was the case. Now, if we look at the images here from the entire African continent, this is really happening there. Whether we're talking about the Sengwer on the Mount Kenya in Kenya, or whether we look at in Uganda, where the local communities have been relocated and their livelihoods have been destroyed because a coal project is supposed to be set up there, which is offsetting carbon. And why are we not up in arms about that, really? So we in Europe would be absolutely ups and arms about that. However, why is the reaction so different when we basically look at this model, the same argumentation, and then the same thoughts, the same biologistic argumentation on the extension of protected areas. Now, when we become aware how uncomfortable we feel if that would happen here in Europe and not have the same reaction when we see this happening in other parts of the world, such as in Latin America, in Africa, in the territories of indigenous peoples. And this is exactly the racist and colonial origin of nature conservation that we have and that we don't want to realize and be aware of. I thought a long time how to use this 10 minutes time I have, whether I should give you more figures and examples, and we won't get any further with more figures and examples because there are enough examples, because we don't lack documentation. Last week, Minority Rights Week has published a shocking report about the increasingly human rights violations and atrocities and rapes against inhabitants in the national park, national park in Baguidi. This is known. However, violence is going on. We don't lack knowledge, really. And we should have a debate about these racist approach in nature conservation. We basically fear to deal with this racist colonial reality. It's uncomfortable, it's paralyzing. We don't want to talk about. However, we won't get around talking about it if we want to have another way of dealing with conservation. As a European community, if we want to make a contribution so that the rights of indigenous peoples are taken more serious, then we need a different discourse. This is a very uncomfortable discourse for us Europeans. These practices are still taking place. They are racist, they are colonial when it comes to nature conservation. Now, we are in a space where I think everyone agrees with me regarding this reality, and perhaps we can use this by thinking about how we can put this point in the center of our debate. And perhaps it's important that we get uncomfortable, really, as Europeans when we talk about that, because without getting uncomfortable, this colonial and racist form of conservation will continue for the next 50 years because we benefit from it, and therefore we don't want to give it up. In the last 2 minutes that I have, I would like to show you another image. Why do we need a debate so desperately about this? Human rights violations, the violations of indigenous rights will continue with the 30x30 plans in the framework of the Convention of Biodiversity, because the same model, the same way of thinking for more control of land in order to keep up our own way of consuming, and also in the context of the protection measures. In the beginning, we've heard that in Chile, eucalyptus and pine monocultures are generating emissions credits, and the large oil companies are already planning to generate credits, especially in areas where there is climate chaos, and they want to burn natural oil. They want to continue burning fossil fuels, and INI wants to continue to be climate neutral. And how do they achieve that? Well, 40 million tons of emissions or credits, this is what they basically will need. This is the storage capacity of the entire forest in Italy. And of course, they won't use the forest in Italy for that. They will use it in other countries. There's already a project tackling this. Of course, they won't use the forest in Italy. INI has already basically bought into a forest protection project in Zambia. And if you go to the website of Share Total, on the right-hand side, you see images where you think that you are on the wrong side. You see lovely forests, and you see also them saying that they want to protect the forest, and they want to protect the forest that acts as a carbon sink. Now, the question that I have here is, both oil companies, basically, why do they not commit to protect the underground carbon sink, which is under their own rule, basically? Instead, what they do, they want to control the land of others, and they want the above-ground carbon sink. So we see here the same colonial racist pattern where they want to control the land of others for their own profits. So we need to be more innovative and clearer and say that in the 21st century, this has no space. This will not stop the climate crisis nor the loss of biodiversity. This is land grabbing, and this is also an ineffective approach.
Vielen Dank für diesen wertvollen Beitrag und das spannende Gedankenexperiment.
Thank you very much for your talk and also this little thought experiment. I have questions, and I'd like to start with you, Llanquiray. The current conservation approach, how is it connected to the indigenous and anti-colonial struggles that you mentioned in your talk? What role do these indigenous peoples play and their struggles, the struggles against resource exploitation in the name of green colonialism? But let me start with the second question. I didn't really get the first one, I'm afraid. I can say that the indigenous peoples and indigenous movements have been resisting forever, really. They have been in struggle forever. Since 1992, the Spanish wanted to celebrate the discovery that they discovered us. There were huge movements. We all came together, we networked, and we saw that we have a lot of commonalities. We are fighting against the same problems, not only in Latin American countries, but really everywhere on the other continents as well. We are faced with the same problems, and we are involved in the same struggles. So we have been silenced for a long time, and we're still not recognized as people who, and as peoples who have knowledge and who know what's going on. So what we are left with really is to continue our resistance. And we see that this is happening. In Brazil, for example, there was a gathering of indigenous peoples to return the territories that were left after colonialism. We want legal rights to these territories, that people can be autonomous in their decision-making to happen, what's going to happen with their resources. We are also talking about solutions. We are really involved and engaged also in solutions, but we are being criminalized. This is what is happening at the same time. When we look at the numbers, how many people are being criminalized and murdered, so that's a different story. And to live in Germany and to see that this is being ignored, because it's actually affecting all of us, and we should all be concerned about this. So, as a small collective here in Germany, we are trying to shed light on these realities and to make our voices heard, to really expose what is happening, to make it more visible, and this is quite difficult. However, I think that people are struggling. We have a different world view, a different, we call it cosmovisión, a different philosophy, and we're not being understood. And we still have to do a lot of work, because in Chile and in other countries, people often, wonder, why do indigenous peoples want so many territories? They haven't worked for it, basically. So what prevails, what is dominant, is that mindset that we can exploit the territories, that we simply can exploit the resources, and that the territories are not there for people. And this has to do with colonialism. This harkens back to the relationship, our view on the relationship between humans and nature. So we have there's a plurality that is part of our worldview as well. So we know that we are not alone, and that humans and nature are one. We are many, actually. We see in Chile, we see in Guatemala that people are being shot, people are being murdered who are engaged in these struggles. That is the reality that we are faced with as indigenous peoples. I really like the thought experiment because it's really difficult to convey what this actually means, what we're talking about. These kind of human rights violations. And I forgot the first question, I'm sorry. Thank you. The next question goes to you, Simon. You talked about the 30 by 30 plan, right? This proposal to extend protected areas globally to 30% by 2030. What is this actually really about?
Do you have a microphone?
I have one. Is this working? Yeah. No. Thank you. How about this one? Does this work? Interpreters? Yes? No? Yeah. No? Only the one that you have works, apparently.
Yeah, but I think it's for German. Maybe you could try the English.
How about this one? Yeah, that's good. Okay, so what's it really about? Yeah, it's a very good question, and there's not a very straightforward or simple answer to this one, but I think it's about several things, actually. protected areas are the financial backbone of the conservation sector. I call it the conservation industry because in many respects it behaves like any other industry. The doubling almost of protected areas, the establishment of a target to double protected areas globally would kind of unleash a huge new round of funding proposals being developed by conservation organizations, of big donor programs internationally, of expansion of organizations, of huge new areas of career development and so on and so forth in the sector. I mean, all companies, corporations need to grow, and the conservation corporations are no different from that. So I think ultimately a lot of it is really just about money. The second part of it, I think, is that it's the perfect concept on which to hang many of these other things that Llanquiray and Jutta have been talking about, and particularly a thing called nature-based solutions. And there's actually a third 30 to the 30 by 30 thing that is the claim, and again, it's a false one, that so-called natural solutions, and that it's meant by that trees, soil, farmlands, peat bogs, various other kind of ecosystems can absorb 30% of all the greenhouse changing gases by 2030. Again, I've looked at the science of this and it's completely impossible. But again, it's finding its way into these international agreements. And you know, for many governments and the conservation organizations, this again is a godsend basically. A, it means that there's less pressure to reduce fossil fuel pollution, and B, it means that something that some conservation organizations are already doing, which is to sell carbon credits, offset carbon credits from their protected areas. The potential for that will be much, much greater because there'll be a lot more protected areas. So that's, I think, is the second thing that's happening with this, and that is incredibly dangerous because that is undermining global efforts to prevent climate change. The final thing, I think, is that we have to bear in mind here that at the same time as protected areas were doubled over the last 12, 15 years, something like that, according to the conservation business itself, the loss of biodiversity still increased at an even worse rate. So that kind of demonstrates that protected areas in and of themselves aren't actually protecting biodiversity. But the problem is that it's a lot easier for governments, particularly of richer countries, and Germany is very much one of the countries pushing this 30-30 idea. It's a lot easier to go and say, let's set up a new national park in Kenya or Chile or wherever it might be, than it is to say, we're going to address the real underlying reasons, the causes of biodiversity loss. Our global overconsumption, especially in rich countries, the pollution that we're creating, the fact that our multinational companies are completely out of control and they're destroying the habitats and biodiversity absolutely everywhere. Huge subsidies that are going from governments to the oil industry, to destructive agriculture, and all those kinds of things. That's the stuff that really needs to be done, actually, to prevent biodiversity loss. And in fact, even I talked about the science. Many of the science papers, in fact, almost all of the science papers say this. We have to address these underlying causes. But of course, this presents a really difficult policy challenge for rich country governments. And as I say, much easier to say, we'll solve the problem, we'll go and set up a few national parks somewhere, kick a few more indigenous peoples off their land, they're not going to complain. So those, I think, are the real reasons. And what you see here, actually, and this is the worrying part about it and why we have to be very clever in how we address these problems, that there's a real interlocking of interests going on here, an iron triangle of interest. The conservation industry, some of those organizations that we've heard about, we've grown up with, we've come to trust, like Worldwide Fund for Nature, for example, supposedly, our governments in many senses, and the big industries that benefit from some of these kind of offset schemes, for example. They're all locked in something that is a mutual benefit for them here in this 30 by 30 proposal. And it's why, actually, you know, the people that we really have to work with and support are exactly those of indigenous communities that are the ones that stand outside this triangle, and they can actually challenge how this is going to happen or not happen in the future.
Ja, vielen Dank für die Ausführungen. Ich glaube, das ist, hat es gut erklärt. Trotzdem würde ich gerne
Thank you very much for this, Simon. And I'd like to talk about the nature-based solutions term. Now, this sounds good initially, and we often hear the demands of giving the nature a price tag. Now, Jutta, what do you, or why does this concept have so much support? And perhaps you have an example for us how such price tagging of nature could look like or does look like. Now, what are nature-based solutions? Now, depending on your view, and nature conservation in an old style with climate protection and connecting it with that, or from another perspective which I share, is pushing green colonialism, and with that, bringing together different interests. Nature-based solutions as a solution for the oil and coal industry, especially oil and gas industry, to extend the phase-out from fossil fuels, really. We heard the example of Eni, where they're saying natural gas can be carbon neutral because they're saying we compensating it elsewhere, and through that climate damage from carbon caused by gas is compensated, and through that the combustion of oil gas can be done climate neutral without damage to the environment. Now, a solution for the problem of the natural gas and oil industry. Nature-based solutions are also a solution for the coal mining industry, which in the course of the change towards another form of use, and the matter is to say that lithium and other minerals which are required not to have a fossil-based economy, even though they're destroying forests, these resources can be carbon neutral because they can protect the forests elsewhere. Now, for the agro-industry, nature-based solutions also a good solution in combination with the large IT companies such as Google and Amazon or IBM and Microsoft. They are cooperating increasingly with the agro industry. Now, for these two sectors, they basically want to generate an enormous amount of data through these small-scale farmers' areas. Data are the new oil. Now, this combination between agro-industry and fertilizer industry and the big tech companies leads to an access to data regarding the fertility of soils. And these are important data for these tech companies because they allow them, together with the finance industry, to really target particularly fertile lands and soils and buy them eventually, and also increase the pressure for selling them. Now, let's look at the aeroplane industry. Now, this nature-based solution is also good for that sector because they are saying that flying more is also okay without climate damage by basically including nature and putting nature protection into the ticket. Now, for people who are living elsewhere, nature-based solutions basically means violence and loss of their territories and limitation for their generation of their livelihoods. For those who we associate with nature-close living, a nature-based solution is not a solution for these people. It's a very dangerous concept because nature sounds wonderful, and it's basically using language in a manipulative way because nobody has a problem with nature, and nature-based solutions sounds nice, really, because, however, such nature-based solutions can be a beginning of land grabbing. We, as a society, globally, can now discuss concepts how to protect nature, but this should not include nature-based solutions, and we should not waste time debating these concepts because the nature will be destroyed while we discussing these kind of nice-sounding concepts. Yeah, thank you so much. I've learned a lot, and I understand that it's quite tricky, really. Now, we would like to open the discussion round for everyone here in the room and also who are joining us online. For those who want to ask a question, just raise your hand, for those who are in the room, of course. And you have to basically walk to the mic to pose your question, because this way your question can be heard from our online viewers. Now, for those who are joining online, you can write your question in the comment, and my colleagues will basically select a couple of questions and post them in this hall. So who has a question to our three interesting panelists? Is there anything that you would like to ask or comment on or have feedback on? Now, there is a couple of questions here, so I kindly ask you both to go to the microphone so that you can post your question in the mic. And please tell us also who this question is to.
Hi, ich bin Luise. Und ich habe eine Frage an Herrn Kill.
Hi, I'm Luise. My question goes to Llanquiray. In Europe and in the EU, due to economic reasons, they're trying to shorten the supply chains, to make them shorter. You talked about lithium. In Portugal and Spain and in Germany and in Serbia, for example, we are exploiting lithium and is used as a political tool
auch, oder ob Sie etwas auch sagen könnten zu den Leuten, die jetzt gerade erst anfangen, diesen Widerstand gegen diesen Landraub, der jetzt eigentlich auch für die vor allem ruralen Gemeinschaften in Europa auch, die den Widerstand gerade aufbauen. Was Sie raten könnten, auch aber zum Beispiel auch koloniale Kontinuitäten in den Bewegungen zu vermeiden, die sich da gerade aufbauen, zum Beispiel um eben auch zu verhindern, dass sowas gesagt wird wie, ja, wir wollen es nicht hier, macht es doch woanders. Aber auch
by not falling into this trap of saying we don't want it here and not in our backyard, not in my backyard, but it can be done elsewhere. Or what can you recommend what's your recommendation for the movements that are fighting against these projects, these mining projects here in Europe at the moment, and that are just starting to resist these developments? Well, I think first of all, you can get a lot of information on this in Europe, right? People can inform themselves. That is something that you can do. You can reach out to with human rights defenders in the global south. So you need to engage in an exchange. Sometimes it's really difficult to mediate or to convey what we're doing. Here, I would think people have, there's a lot of knowledge available. People have access to so many tools. We in the global south, we are really in the thick of it, right? We are faced by these companies who tell us what they want, right? And we have to react. We have to respond to that immediately, right? We don't have any time. And here in Europe, we have a high standard of living. People are comfortable here. You have enough electricity, enough resources. So I move between those two worlds, right? And I see the consequences of that. And it's really hard to convey this here in the German context, in the European context. So I really encourage you to reach out to people in the global south who are involved in the resistance. You can use social media. You can use any media really to get in touch, to listen to them. And this kind of encounter would help you understand, because you then talk to people. You don't just read reports or listen to the news or the media. You don't just consume media, but you actually talk to people and can find out what is going on. Of course, the movements here also have to address the colonial history. So this has been, it is a long history, but what is the role of Europe? What is the colonial history of Germany, for example? I don't know. I didn't go to school. I don't know whether that is a subject in school that is being addressed in school. For example, the colonies that Germany had. So Germany as a colonial power. What about that history? So we need ourselves as well, and we can only win together. We cannot achieve this alone. We need solidarity, and we need to come together as well. We need to struggle together, and we need this here as well. This is necessary here because the underlying causes for our problems are found here, right, in Germany and in Europe. So you need to come together. The movements need to come together here as well. So the solutions we also need solutions here. I've been involved in many structures here, and I see that this getting to know, this encountering each other, this really networking, coming together, gathering and listening to each other and learning from each other. This is what we need. I have to keep abreast with things, what is happening. I read all the reports and the media. There are people who do not have this opportunity because they are faced with the real life threats of these companies and these corporations, and their rights. They're stripped of their rights and their livelihoods. So this system is based, of course, on colonial injustice and colonial continuities of global injustices. So we need to tackle this together. We need to come together, and I had a lot of hope. I saw many young people, taking to the streets, of course, and getting involved in these movements, and that has been, limited, of course, or this has been reduced with the pandemic. But now the social movements, they're getting stronger. We need to continue to build social movements because we are all concerned, and it's about all of us and our future together. So we should not give up. Of course, we are faced with huge economic interests and corporations. They spend a lot of money on dividing communities to really implement their projects at the expense of communities. So we have to build this counterpower together. Thank you.
Ich habe eine Frage an Simon Counsell.
I have a question to Simon regarding to the 30-30 objective, because for me, and I'm not an expert in conservation, I work in theater, I do cultural projects, and first, now this is an objective that sounds great actually, and my main question is, what are the criteria for the protection, if criteria are being newly discussed, or are they remaining? And secondly, where do this 30% come from? Are there any plans already? Now, are these areas which so far have not been culturally cultivated, as people tend to say? And for me, of course, it's clear that in Europe, agricultural lands should be part of that as well. And my question is that a topic with regard to this topic? And my third question, who talks about that? I heard a talk show where it was said that local communities are part of the negotiation table in this UN negotiations. And my question is, are you part of these negotiations, and who is talking about this topic? Thank you very much for this question. And Simon, could you try the English microphone?
Yes, thank you for all the questions. What are the criteria for what would be protected areas? Well, it's being assumed, I think, that they're the same as define existing protected areas. And that can actually range from very, very strict protection, such as national parks, which usually mean, at least in developing countries, it usually means that no people are allowed to live in them. This is where most of the evictions and militarization and brutality and rapes and murder are all happening, is around these national parks in poor countries. But it can be also kind of more of a community-based kind of approach. So they're being pretty vague about this, actually, but I think it's fair to make the assumption that the larger part of it will be where most of the money is, and that's actually in the national parks, the strictly protected areas, because those are the ones that the conservation authorities have to manage, and so they'll get the funding from international donors. You know, the big international conservation organizations want them. So there is the possibility, but it's a remote one, I have to say, that a more kind of community-based element might be introduced into some of that target. There's almost no experience of this globally, so I think it's being used to kind of greenwash the idea, actually, that they might be community-managed areas. They could include indigenous land, although indigenous peoples themselves that are involved in these negotiations say, you know, our lands are going to protect biodiversity. We just don't want them designated as protected areas. So it's very clear from what those communities are saying. Are there any? And who's involved in these negotiations? Well, it's governments. There's 193 governments that are party to the Convention on Global Biodiversity, and it's them that are involved in it. I've been involved as an observer. Civil society, non-governmental organizations, and the big international organizations are party, well, not party to it, but they're allowed to attend and participate. And I've been following this. There's been kind of 2 years on and off negotiations for this going on, most recently last month in Geneva. So yes, I mean, in theory, there's the possibility for people like myself and observers and indigenous peoples to participate in these discussions. In reality, the voice is very, very limited. Very, very little time is allowed in these discussions. What happened last month in Geneva was an absolute shambles. It was terrible. Negotiations were running till 2 o'clock in the morning. All of the key issues about whether indigenous rights can be protected and so on, they were all left till the very last part of the agenda when basically everyone's completely exhausted or they've gone home to bed. I mean, these kinds of things, and a lot of agenda manipulation going on to exclude civil society voices from them. And frankly, they're really not being heard very well. Some of the big players, the European Union in particular, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, a few of them are extremely dominant in these discussions. I mean, even to the point where, you know, very, very significant blocks of poorer countries, and that actually includes almost all of the most biodiverse countries. Almost all of them are poor countries. Even they are saying, look, we're not even going to participate in these discussions if they carry on like this, because it's chaos, our voices aren't being heard and so on. So actually these negotiations are a mess. I mean, they're really in trouble at the moment. And this 30 by 30 by target, it's still there, and there'll be a lot of pressure to keep it in, but it might not stay in because of some of these problems. Got a couple of other little things to answer there. Where are there plans for where they would be, and are there specific areas being considered? Well, this is one of the big things, you see, and one of the big problems with it that just isn't being discussed. So the target is global, so it's 30% of all of the Earth's surface globally, but biodiversity isn't spread evenly around the planet. It's concentrated in a very few places, and I think 12 countries have something like 90% of the biodiversity, and they're almost all poor countries. The only ones that aren't is the USA and Australia, basically. So the real issue, and if you really want to be effective in protecting this biodiversity, you've got to get biodiversity protection somehow or other working in those countries. And you've got to be very, very specific about it, and you've got to have very clear ideas about how these almost entirely poor countries are going to pay for all of this stuff. And can they actually just do it through protecting indigenous rights, because they all have indigenous populations? None of that discussion is happening, none of it. So this is why people say, and I'm one of them, will say, look, you can have a 30% target if it gets just applied in, you turn the whole of Siberia into a protected area, or a whole of the northern territories of Canada, you're not protecting anything, basically. So that discussion just isn't happening. There are no plans, there's absolutely no specificity about it. It just opens up this kind of Pandora's box of future possibilities that might well go wrong. Agricultural lands, there are discussions about agriculture going on there, and how that can, how in theory, improvement in agricultural practices might well protect biodiversity. But again, it's like a lot of these international negotiations these days, they are really heavily influenced by big corporate interests. And big agri is in there, basically, and it's kind of trying to constantly water down anything in this agreement that might look like we have to move towards more ecological agriculture. So that's actually, I'd just like, if I could, to answer to the question that Louisa made about the mining and land grabs. Very, very quickly, here in Europe, one of the things I'm aware of that's going on in the movements concerning and opposing destructive lithium mining, and here in Europe and globally actually, is the idea that perhaps some form of independent certification of the mining operations might help to mitigate some of the most damaging impacts. That's a kind of live debate I'm aware of going on within the groups. And the mining companies themselves are saying, this is what we're going to do. We're going to set up a certification system. One of the biggest mistakes I ever made in my professional career, my professional work, was to be involved in setting up a thing called the Forest Stewardship Council, which certifies forestry and wood products. And you see its logo on cartons, juice cartons, cigarette packets, blocks of paper, almost everything that's got wooden paper in it. It's complete greenwashing, and it basically always has been. One of the things that Jutta and I spend quite a lot of time working on these days is investigating the certification of these carbon offsets. Exactly the same thing going on. This system is absolutely not working. It's not guaranteeing that this is a good, these are good carbon offsets. So the message I would have to movements working on this lithium mining problems in particular is, please do not believe that any kind of certification system is going to help this problem. It's not. You'll still get the same bad mining that you've got, and worse over it, it's going to be greenwashed and certified as being labeled, and you will probably have some of these big kind of conservative conservation organizations in there with their stamp on it as well. So that would be my message. So,
vielen Dank. Ich glaube, wir haben noch eine Online-Frage.
There's one more online question, and if there's one more question from the hall, I can take that as well. So, but this will be the two last questions because we are lagging behind. So let's start with the online question. Now, this online question is to Simon and to Llanquiray maybe. Now, with regard to the 30% plan, was there any opinion of the indigenous peoples how this plan could work?
Sorry, could you repeat that? Okay.
This is a question to Simon and Llanquiray with regard to the 30% plan. Were there also voices of indigenous peoples, how this plan could work? Have they voiced their opinion with regard to how this plan could work? Llanquiray, maybe the question to you. Do you know with alternative perspectives or voices from indigenous peoples with regard to this target?
In Bezug auf diese 30% erstmal nicht. Ich beschäftige mich schon lange mit den, weil ich selber Mapuche bin. Das ist für uns
yes, thank you. Now, with regard to this plan, alternative plans, I have not heard about that. I'm Mapuche and I deal more with the situation in Chile. So far, I've heard that in the northern part of Chile, there is plans in this direction, but for us, it's relatively new. Through the conference last year in Marseille, I heard for the very first time about that, and I can say that in the indigenous movements and organizations, often the argument comes that it only affects you when you are affected, really. And it is clear for us, and this is what I can say generally, the territory is very big, and this is a central point for us, because if we don't have territory, we also don't have possibilities to decide, and this is a huge, huge pressure. The less territory we have, I grew up in a reservoir, in a reserve, and we are now in a situation that is untenable, and perhaps somebody else can answer this question. On the African continent, organizations have dealt with these protected areas more. What I've heard from Brazil, I heard that people have been evacuated from the territories, and that's a big problem. Evicted. Yes, people have been evicted from the territories. Just one more comment here. For me, it's always interesting what is not being proposed in order to stop the loss of biodiversity and in order to slow down the loss of biodiversity. If we were really, if we really care about biodiversity, then the current agricultural areas and monocultures and the palm oil production and maize plantations, if we use that land, that would maybe contribute more to the protection of biodiversity instead of extending protected areas. 30% of coal mining in the protected areas would protect a lot of biodiversity. And we could go through the entire list. 30% of less oil exploration in designated protected areas, 30% less road building in designated areas, and all that could contribute to the loss of biodiversity instead of having 30% more protected areas and designating them arbitrarily, because this goes along with injustices. And all that is not being discussed because the approach is still one that is quite European and colonial. It's basically land use and using land in a very destructive way, and separating human and nature. And the first national parks, if we look at that, how did they emerge? They emerge as a reaction to the destruction of other areas instead of a reaction to industrialization. As long as we don't have another debate in this context of new protected areas and reducing the loss of biodiversity, then we will still see one or the other project where the local population is participating, but not really really taking the lead. And often it's not the population who is affected. The idea is basically just to allow them to contribute and participate, but others are taking the decisions. Ganz kurz.
The 30 by 30 proposal. I mean, as I said, yes, indigenous peoples have been involved in these discussions to a certain extent, although at the last negotiations in Geneva, the indigenous peoples delegation wasn't even allowed to speak to the part of the discussion that actually concerns a target on indigenous peoples' rights. So that's how kind of excluded they can be. Their delegation could be, I think, a lot stronger than it is. That said, they have still been quite successful in getting certain language into some of these texts, including on the 30 by 30 target, where there's a kind of safeguard language that protected areas, an expansion of protected areas must respect the lands and rights of indigenous peoples. That was in the draft up until the last month. There's now another proposal that's come out from, I'm actually not entirely sure where it's come from, but this is where a lot of these things happen there, but which is taken quite seriously, that all of this kind of language on indigenous rights should just come out of the entire, these operative parts of the specific targets that the world is going to try and achieve, and it gets sort of relegated to some general preamble which governments may or may not have to respect, and that's an extremely worrying development. So there's going to be a big fight about this, basically, and we have to work really, really hard and alongside indigenous communities to make sure that they, this kind of need to respect indigenous rights just doesn't get completely excised from this, from the operative parts of the document.
Vielen Dank. Dann hatten wir, glaube ich, noch eine letzte Frage und danach müssen wir wirklich fortfahren.
One more question, and then we will have to
mein Name ist
move on to
Marianne.
our next
Vielen
section.
Dank für Ihre Ausführungen. Ich habe jetzt
Thank you. My name is
einiges
Marianne.
gelernt
Thank you
dazu und ich
for
möchte ein bisschen praktische Frage stellen.
your contributions.
Nachdem
I've learned a lot.
uns vielleicht
I have a
gefragt haben,
practical
wer
question.
entscheidet, was mit dem Land passiert.
Talked about, okay, who
Ist es
makes
ein
the
guter
decisions
Ansatz,
about what
ein
happens with the land?
praktikabler Ansatz, auf
Is it a practical
Waldrechte,
approach, a reasonable
Landrechte und die
approach
Stärkung der
to
indigenen
forest
Territorien
rights,
zu setzen?
land
Ist es
rights
noch
and
Zeit?
strengthening? Excuse me, there is some interference in
Die
the
Frage richtet
microphone.
sich eigentlich an alle.
It's impossible to interpret like this. I'm sorry about that. There's technical issues again.
Eine einzige Antwort.
Thank you for this question.
Frau Kill, würden Sie?
I'm sorry, apologies for not getting the question correctly. There's another question, because we couldn't hear properly.
Wenn es ganz dringend ist, dann ist es immer wichtig, innezuhalten, nicht in die
If it's
falsche
really
Richtung zu laufen. Das ist,
important,
glaube ich,
then
so ein
it's always
Grundsatz,
to stop
den
really
wir
and
in
wait in order
einer
not to run in the wrong direction, because we tend to rush into things, and therefore in this pressing situation where everyone wants to have a lot of action plans, I believe what is best to say is that to slow down. The action plan that has proven itself to recognize the rights of indigenous peoples and also to recognize the mapped out areas of indigenous peoples, I believe that it's absolutely important to exert pressure on in the areas where we basically recognize the rights of indigenous peoples and traditional communities and look at us as well and say that we here from the global north, we don't want to change our way of consumption and we prefer paying money in order to continue the violation of territorial rights. We basically don't want to deal with our consumption behavior and pattern. We rather pay to extend protected areas, and that money, I think, it would be much better invested if we were to use this money more to talk about how we can change our way of consumption in order to protect the lives of others. Therefore, it is absolutely pressing to really recognize the colonial legacy and tackle that one and analyze that here. And the available funds and the political will should be focused on the demands. And these demands are not only from today. The demands are to recognize the indigenous rights territories, and that should be taken seriously. And we should use our voice because we do have a voice. However, we use it only hesitantly. We often just say, oh, it's unfair, but we still finance that with our governments.
Ich habe immer so ein schlechtes Gewissen, den Sprechenden hier das Mikrofon aus der Hand zu nehmen, aber das geht gerade nicht anders. Jetzt gibt es eine kurze Umbaupause, das geht in ganz wenigen Minuten weiter mit einem Vortrag von Dr. Mawvn Ogada, aber jetzt dürfen Sie gerne sich ein kurzes Getränk holen und wird auch ganz schnell auf die Toilette.
We're going to rearrange here on stage before our next section with Mordecai. Thank you to all of you and our apologies again.
Say, 1, 2, say, hello, say, hi, say 1, 2.
So, vielen Dank, dass Sie alle wieder da sind.
Thank you for joining us.
Es gibt gleich auch noch eine längere Pause, also keine Sorge, Sie dürfen gleich wieder aufstehen und sich in die Sonne setzen. Aber jetzt möchte ich erst einmal Dr. Mordecai Ogada vorstellen und zu ihm überleiten, der einen Impuls geben wird zur Frage, müssen wir 150 Jahre Naturschutz?
We have to unlearn 150 years of conservation. He's an ecologist and has been working in the field for almost 18 years from Kenya, and founder of Conservation Solutions Africa. So you are familiar with conservation efforts in African countries, and he says conservation is the new colonialism. Mordecai, we are very delighted to have you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for coming, and I'll share with you something that I hope touches all of you in your different lives and learning. We need to learn conservation. By that I mean what we're doing so far in the world doesn't qualify as conservation. But to do that, first we have to unlearn 150 years of injustice that's been going on in the name of conservation. What we're doing now is a brainchild of Theodore Roosevelt. He was a former US president, an unabashed racist, an egomaniac, and didn't know anything about conservation. But he created the idea that we are following to this day, even with our PhDs and qualifications in conservation. So we need to change that. Now, Theodore Roosevelt did a famous safari to Africa, Kenya, 1910, 1911. And this is what launched his credentials in conservation. Basically, he came and shot over 5,000 animals for the American Museum of Natural History and the Smithsonian collection. And these are still exhibited in many museums in the United States. And ironically, this killing spree is what distinguished him as a conservationist. Part of what is romanticized about his trip was the expedition and the activities and photos like that of hundreds of African laborers carrying his gear and arms and materials across hundreds of miles of plains. And this is what launched the romanticism of tourism to Africa, or subservience of locals to the needs of foreign tourists in Africa. And still, this is basically the principle of what is still practiced today. So then we came to protected areas. They created Yellowstone, etc. in the United States, and so many others were created in Africa and other parts of the world. But what is a protected area? And who is it protected from? This, by definition, is an area that is protected from indigenous people, protected from its owners, and protected from the people who take care of it. So it's a stolen area. Maybe we can call protected areas stolen areas. And we have many of them in Africa. Oops. Someone put it back on for me? Oh, thank you. This is a picture taken from Tsavo National Park in southern Kenya, 1961. These are quote-unquote poachers being arrested where they were found drying some wildlife meat there for home consumption. At the same time, 1961, they were also confiscating those weapons from locals, but at the same time, the Wildlife Department was giving license to foreign tourists to shoot elephants, and they were exporting these baskets which were made from elephant feet. So foreigners could kill animals for the trophies, but locals would be arrested if they killed any to eat. So lifestyle was more important than livelihood. Still 1961, Nairobi, that's a taxidermy shop. You can see all the endangered species, leopards. The center out there, you have Hirola antelope, sable antelope, which were killed by tourists who came to hunt, and these were being prepared for export, the trophies to the tourists various homelands. Still, by then, locals could not get licenses to hunt, but hunting was ended in Kenya in 1977. Fast forward to today, typical tourist, I hope you can see that clearly, typical tourist facility or tourist brochure, you see pictures of beautiful landscapes, wildlife, and white people enjoying it. And this seems very harmless or seems very normal, but this sort of imagery is very harmful to Africa because it deletes black people from Africa. And it becomes normalized. Because this is Laikipia, near where I live in Kenya, and about 3 kilometers from that place, there is people who don't have regular access to water supply. Yet a lot of the water supply is being used to supply swimming pools for tourists. Again, looking at tourism brochures, again, it's very typical. You see African landscapes, beautiful landscapes extending far into the distance with no sign of human beings or villages or cattle and such. And often they use Photoshop these days to remove people. And this continues the imagery that portrays the conservation sector as an area for foreigners to achieve their self-actualization rather than to include locals using the ecosystems. This is an old picture from late 19th century, early 20th century, sorry. Colonial hunters would come to and would pose with trophies like that. Fast forward to 2017, you're still finding Richard Leakey posing like that with trophies and all that. And it's about this is subliminal messaging that indicates the place of white people in conservation of African wildlife. I'm not sure why those members there are actually the board of Kenya Wildlife Service. I'm not sure why they were sort of mentally incapable of understanding how that imagery or pose was harmful. In countries where hunting is allowed, we often celebrate people who kill African wildlife and pose like that as sportsmen. But look as hard as you can, you will not find a pose like that with hunting in Africa where the people posing like that are black people. Where there are black people, you will see them hidden like that. If you can look carefully, there's one told there to hide behind the buffalo. And this imagery is what portrays the place of African people in conservation thus far. So when you contribute, as we promote conservation in Africa, we must be aware of the violations of rights that happen under that umbrella. Now, the celebration of cultures, indigenous cultures, it's only done in the context where it's for the benefit of tourists. Like there's someone dressed in complete Maasai traditional regalia, but to serve drinks at a lodge. Meanwhile, the other part of pastoralist culture, which is keeping of livestock, is opposed by all conservationists. All conservationists you talk about will portray livestock as a problem in Africa. Yet this is not just an identity, it's a livelihood and a sustainable one that is thousands and thousands of years old. So the pastoralist is part of the props in the wildlife and tourism sector. And this partly brought about by the fact that we still fail to separate the principle of conservation from the business of tourism. One has nothing to do with the other, yet we keep putting it together in regards to Africa. So it bleeds into language. Language in media. Photos like that are referred to as habitat encroachment because there's a Maasai guy there with his cattle and there's some zebras in the foreground and some in the background. This is actually how it's meant to be. This is how it is. This is the truth. But we call this habitat encroachment. However, when there's a few tourists on horses riding near zebras, we call it a riding safari. This is injustice that comes out in language. And I'm sure you people have heard a lot, I've seen a lot about this in media. Conservation education is like tourism education. We are trying to teach kids to see wildlife the way tourists see it. We're telling them these animals are beautiful, the people come and pay money to see them. Yet, in reality, we are showing these kids, but on the way home from school, they're actually meeting elephants. We should be telling these kids how to stay safe from elephants, not telling them elephants are beautiful. That does not matter in their lives. What we need is safe kids and safe elephants. So conservation education is actually tourism and Disney education. Okay, in the press, this injustice includes extrajudicial killings by rangers, because human rights is the one thing that, the conservation is the area where human rights seem to be disregarded and the violation is sort of accepted as normal. When a suspected poacher is killed by conservation rangers, we think it's a great thing. Yet it's an absence of any legal process. And so we have this kind of protests regularly reported in the news. More in language. If you look at the terms like game meat and venison, then you look at bush meat. It's the same thing. The difference is that bush meat is when it's eaten by black people in Africa. Game meat is when it's eaten in the United States or in Europe at a nice high-end restaurant. You look at hunting and poaching. You look at exploring and encroaching. In Kenya, we even have ranchers who are white people who own livestock. Herders are black people who own livestock. We have travelers and nomads. We have people and communities. That's a very harmful one, because when we call local African people communities, we eliminate the individual. We eliminate the rights of the individual, the aspirations of the individual. So these are very serious philosophical problems we have in conservation. More on reporting. When COVID hit and tourism went down, immediately New York Times and others started saying that poachers will kill more rhinos because of coronavirus. That's ridiculous, but the world accepts it. If even New York Times can write it, then first the headline says poachers kill more rhinos, so you think poachers have killed more rhinos. Then the byline there says they may become additional. So it's the vilification of black people. That the narrative that African wildlife is in danger and the source of danger is black people. So this is something that we need to be conscious of and change, because it's hidden in plain sight. Again, National Geographic says basically the same thing. They're respected news outlets. Then the comparison of even more harmful language, you see the mistreatment of chimpanzees being compared to, you see it being referred to as slave trade. Slave trade was a very tragic chapter in human history, but you can't compare the mistreatment of chimpanzees to the mistreatment of African people. These are the problems that conservation is one area where racism sits very comfortably and gets accepted very easily. So these are the philosophical questions we have to think about and stop practicing conservation just as science. It's about philosophy as well. More harmful language. We had our 75th anniversary of Nairobi National Park this year, and this shows that our state agencies don't get it either. And it says there, we've been grazing on this land for 75 years. It's like implying Nairobi National Park brought rhinos to that area, or that there were no rhinos before the white man came and established a national park. So this sends the wrong message, especially to the children or people from other countries. They come to see African people as being a problem, not the stewards of their environment. Okay, this is another, and this is to caution you about science. This is from a study published in Nature that says the world has some, I forget the exact number, maybe some trillion of trees, but they say the world has 422 trees for every person. Then they gave this graphic. You can see at the end there's India, UK, China, Ethiopia, France, and at the other end, those who are the best is like Canada, Greenland, Australia, United States. If you look at the best countries, they're all what we call settler colonies. Canada is a settler colony, so is Greenland, so is Australia, so is the United States. How come Democratic Republic of Congo is not there? It would be at the top. But that would imply that black people are good conservationists. So we have to be very careful when we read scientific literature. Scientists lie. Scientists are prejudiced. Scientists are as dishonest as everybody else. So when someone tells you trust the science, tell you trust my thinking. This is what we have to be aware of, those of you who are engaged in science. So I talked about Roosevelt, but now they brought another former US president. Barack Obama has done this documentary with Netflix where he refers to parks, including Tsavo, as our shared natural heritage. No, Obama has no share in Tsavo. Tsavo belongs to Kenyans. I have no share in Yellowstone. So we cannot globalize the ownership when privatizing the benefits. We have to have it one way or another. We have to let different nations, different regions of the world, different people chart their own destiny as far as biodiversity conservation is concerned. So we must be careful of people like Obama who try and make what are primitive tools look good. You won't see images like this on National Geographic. African people living peacefully with their wildlife. Wildlife just hanging around the shops. This is a picture from Talek, a town in southern Kenya. That's from northern Kenya, the giraffe checking out trucks. It does that every time. And people are just taking photos of it. National Geographic would have you think that Africans will be eating this giraffe instantly. That's same area of Kenya, another giraffe, that's me. That's in Burkina Faso. People live with wildlife, live with crocodiles, peacefully like that. But no one wants to show you this because Africans are meant to be the enemies of wildlife. That's in Nigeria. People keep hyenas at home. That's in the streets of Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And there's a short video there I wanted to show you. Yeah. Is it possible to play? This is a town called Kazinga in Uganda. The last slide, please. Next slide. Next. Yeah, that one. Can you play the video? It won't play? Oops. Oops, sorry. Yeah, if you can play, yeah, that one should be a video. It's not showing video. Okay, just put it up then. It's the. Let's go to the last one. It's a video from a town in Uganda on the shores of Lake Victoria. But basically, and there's all this wildlife, and guys are going about their own business, and there's all these wild animals hanging around. It's from a friend of mine called Nicholas Kirui. And this exists. This is just a month or two ago. This exists in Africa. People know how to live with wildlife. So the portrayal of Africans as a danger to their wildlife, African population as a danger to biodiversity, is a complete falsehood. And it's based, even though the people talk about it today, some of them are doing it out of ignorance, but it's based on racism. And it's based on the need to vilify African people in order to take the resources that belong to them. So this is something that we need to be aware of, especially as we talk about the rights of indigenous people. Conservation is very important, but we should not pursue it at the expense of the rights of indigenous people, because eventually it leads to armed conflicts and all sorts of strife that we do not need. Right now, we are actually generating conservation refugees, people thrown out of their lands to make room for conservation, people fenced off from springs, forests, lakes, rivers, and such things to make room for conservation. And this will not solve the problem of climate change, which is based on consumption patterns, emission standards, and this kind of thing. So we need to address the problem where it is. Thank you very much.
Ja, vielen, vielen Dank, Dr. Mordecai Ogada.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we will now have a 30 minutes break, and there will be also information material at the desk from International Survival International. Sorry, you can also go outside and enjoy the weather, and we will resume here in 30 minutes at 5:20, please. So I wish you a wonderful break now.
Welcome back to our conference, No Biodiversity Without Human Diversity. I hope you enjoyed your break and the lovely weather. Now, the second part of this conference, we will start it with a discussion round on Made in Germany. Today, we still have a nature conservation model that is violent, colonialist, and racist, where land is robbed from indigenous peoples for nature conservation. And this is the land of indigenous peoples, and their way of life is being criminalized, and their knowledge and rights are being ignored. So now we'll hear more indigenous voices. This is not a problem of others. It's not an African problem. The problem starts or is because of Western funding and militarization and exploitation. In this panel, we want to look at the role of Germany in international nature conservation projects, especially in Eastern Africa and Congo Basin. We'll start with a video from Julian Bazinica. He's a background man from the Republic of Congo. With 10 years, he was displaced from his country. In this video, he speaks about his traumatizing experience with this murdering nature conservation, and he talks also about how his home has changed due to land grabbing and what he thinks about the national park.
Moi, je suis né en 1965 et qu'en 1975, vous allez comprendre que j'avais ne plus que 10 ans car on a expulsé nos parents dans le parc national de Colectivo. Mais avant, nous, on ne connaissait pas que c'était un parc national. On nous apprenait toujours, on nous disait que c'était une réserve. Mais nous, dans notre appellation, nous connaissons que c'est notre chasse, c'est notre habitat naturel. Les PA vivaient en harmonie avec la forêt, parce que la forêt est considérée comme notre mère nourricière qui nous offre tout. Et quand nous disons que nous vivions de la chasse, c'est parce que on utilisait les lances, on utilisait les frondes, on utilisait les filets, et on avait tout. On arrivait dans un endroit, il y avait des racines, il y avait tout ce qu'on pouvait avoir. Et nous vivions aussi en harmonie avec la forêt. On était en train de protéger tout ce qu'on devait protéger parce que si on commençait ou on procédait à détruire la forêt, et notre vie devait en dépendre et nous aurions des problèmes de vie.
C'était en 1975 ou 1975 qu'on a brutalement, d'une manière policière, expulsé tous les PA de leur habitat naturel, qui est la forêt, que nous appelons notre chat, le parc national de Kaouzi, d'une manière très policière, très brutale. Ils étaient venus armés de fusils et de bateaux, et ils ont tout chassé. C'était un matin d'après mon papa qui nous a appris comment ça s'était passé. Les uns sont partis vers Calais, les autres sont partis vers Kalongue, les autres sont partis vers Kabar. Mais par rapport à ça, nous avons toujours continué à loucher, donc à regarder de loin les collines et les sites sacrés que nous étions en train de... là où l'on vénérait nos ancêtres. D'abord, mon père, moi, avant sa mort, il était en train de me montrer chaque site là où ils allaient avec son grand-père et son arrière-grand-père, les sites sur lesquels ils étaient en train de vénérer leurs aïeux. Mais aujourd'hui, c'est inaccessible parce que c'est totalement dans le parc. Effectivement, à partir du moment que nous avons constaté que nous ne sommes pas bien accueillis dans les communautés dans lesquelles nous sommes réfugiés ou on nous a expulsés,
we have made great efforts, of course, to try to go back and to fight for our right of return. So we can say with certainty that we have protected the forest. There were all kinds of species and plant species and animal species when we lived there. And we protected the trees, we were collecting medicinal plants, they were all there, the medicinal plants as well. But all this is gone now. Today, we are trying to get in touch with the responsible people at the ICCN. We're trying to reach out to them. They have always promised us that we will be able to return and so on, and we will compensate you. But they haven't kept their promises. And, actually, conservation is now a criminal activity.
Dans le parc pour la cueillette des chenilles, par exemple, le ramassage des bois morts, on nous taxe qu'ils sont des braconniers. Alors qu'à partir du moment que nous étions dans le parc, il n'y avait pas de braconnage. Mais aujourd'hui, quand ils ont dit qu'ils sont en train de protéger, c'est là maintenant qu'on observe déjà de tout genre d'autres communautés qui viennent dans d'autres pays, qui creusent le minerai, qui abattent les arbres, qui scie et qui font tout. Mais un pygmée n'a jamais utilisé ni armes, ni armes à feu, ni machines pour scier les bois, ni quoi autre chose. Et nous nous limitons toujours au ramassage des bois morts pour la cuisson de nos aliments. Mais aujourd'hui, vous allez voir que le parc est envahi par des hommes armés en creusant le minerai, en abattant les arbres, en sciant des planches, ce qui n'a pas été pour les cas de pygmée. Si vous pouvez regarder l'habitation d'un pygmée pour aujourd'hui, c'est rare que vous allez rencontrer un pygmée.
Then you will rarely find that a pygmy lives in a wooden house, in a wooden shelter, right? We live in huts because this is what
pour le
we're used
moment,
to.
on est en train
But
d'arrêter
right
tout
now,
celui qui veut
they're
réclamer qu'on nous
arresting
remette dans les
everyone
droits les plus légitimes, les droits fonciers des pays.
who
Il y a
is,
aussi les arrestations de
getting access to this land if we
un
go
chef
into
paysan
that land.
du village
So,
de Mouyang qui est arrêté pour
we
avoir tout
demand
simplement
that
réclamer
we
le retour dans le parc.
can return to
Parce
our
que
territories,
c'était
that
dit,
we can return
toujours des
to
promesses
the
qui sont
forest.
irréalisables.
They
C'est là
are
qu'il commence
promising things
maintenant
that they
à
cannot
mobiliser sa famille
keep, they cannot
pour qu'on
uphold
rentre
their
dans le parc
promises.
national.
And
Parce
there
que
was
c'est lui, une
a case of
communauté
an
qui n'a
elder
pas
of
de
a
terre. La terre
village,
est
and
l'identité.
he
La terre est
had
l'identité.
enough of it,
Et
and he
comme la
said,
terre est
we are going
l'identité,
to
on nous
go
contraint de
back.
vivre au milieu
The
des gens
land
qui ne
is,
nous acceptent pas convenablement.
our
Et alors
identity
c'est comme
is
ça qu'il a
where we
jugé
live,
de
the forest is
retourner
where we
pour
live. So,
réclamer les droits fonciers.
we are demanding
Mais
our land
aujourd'hui,
rights and
dans
our
le parc,
access
il y a
rights.
toujours
Today,
des gens armés qui
there are
creusent et qui
still
abattent les
armed
arbres et
people
qui suivent.
who are doing the
Mais quand les
mining
pygmées
and who
étaient
cut
là,
trees, but
nous
the
les Payas,
pygmies,
quand nous étions dans le
they,
parc national des
and the
Kaouzi,
indigenous
c'était
peoples who were
facile
part of the
d'aller
Counsell National Park,
dénoncer
they are
les
being denounced
braconniers
as
qui pouvaient
poachers
se mettre
and
à n'importe sur n'importe quelle
we
colline.
were able
Parce que nous sommes habitués à
to
la
denounce
forêt.
the poaching when
Il y a
we lived there,
les
and to
éco-gardes
detect
aujourd'hui
any
qui ne connaissent pas même la
illegitimate
forêt,
activities,
bien qu'ils se
right?
disent que ce sont eux qui
Even when
contrôlent le
poachers tried
parc.
to hide, we
Mais
knew
si
what was going on because we knew the territory.
on nous
But
associe,
now,
on nous laisse de rester dans notre
the
terre, dans
poaching
nos champs,
can go on,
nous sommes capables
and
de
cannot-
dénicher
cannot
de
be
partout là qu'on peut
avoided
trouver
because we
des
don't live
braconniers.
there
Et là,
any longer.
nous allons contribuer à
So
la
we are not
conservation
being
de la nature et la
involved.
faune.
We don't have access to our
Notre
forest,
souhait le plus
and
imminent, c'est de
our
retourner
greatest wish is
dans
really
la
to
forêt.
return to the
Mais et
forest.
qui détruit
This is what we
maintenant
want.
le parc
But
national de
who is
Kaouzi?
destroying Kaouzi
Vous pouvez leur
National
poser la
Park at the
question.
moment?
Posez la
You
question
can
aux conservateurs.
ask that.
Si
You can
en
ask the conservationists this
1975,
question,
là
whether
que
in 1975,
les années
when we were
pendant
displaced,
lesquelles on nous a expulsés,
and now
si
the
on
sound
comptait
is
ça et
not
20
reaching
éléphants,
the
est-ce
booth any longer.
qu'aujourd'hui,
I'm
ils
sorry,
peuvent
we
encore
don't hear,
compter
we don't have any
même
sound
20
in the
éléphants
booth
dans
at
le
the
parc
moment.
national de Kaouzi-Biega? Et comment ils peuvent dire qu'ils sont en train de
Sorry about
protéger,
that.
mais quand
we
nous
can't
avons
hear
été là, le nombre d'éléphants
in
ou
the
le
booth.
nombre de gorilles était plus nombreux
we can also
que
prove
maintenant, parce que
that
ce sont eux
the
qui
number
même
of
arment les autres communautés pour aller chasser
You know, wildlife was higher when we lived there. The gorillas,
ils ont peur
the
que si nous
elephants,
rentrons
and
dans
so
la
on.
forêt, nous allons dénicher de partout là où ils sont en
And
train
now
de faire
they're
leur
trying to prevent us from returning to the forest because we would expose their mafia business that's going on. But we want to go back to the forest, to live there, to protect the forest, and to protect the wildlife and plant life in the forest. Thank you.
Das war ein Video von
Now, this was a video from Julian Barzimica from the Republic of Congo, and he reported about the Kahuzi-Biega National Park. And for a moment, we want to stay with this national park. And the biggest funder is Germany. At the beginning of this year, the Minority Rights Group published a report about the atrocities that are happening in this national park. And they talk about group rapes, the burning of children, and other severe human rights violations. And to be quite honest, when I was reading this report, I was really shocked, and it's very difficult emotionally, especially when we realize that as Germans we are funding the training of these perpetrators. I'd like now to give the floor to Mr. Luoma, who works for NGO that has also participated in publishing this report. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you, first of all, to the organizers together for inviting me to participate. I'm really thankful to be in conversation with all of you on what are ultimately really critical and timely issues. The video we just heard from Julian was a really powerful first-hand experience from the community about the traumas associated with the colonial and violent fortress conservation project that's in place in the Kahuzi-Biega National Park, which, as said, is a German-funded park. What I would like to talk about today is the role of and the complicity of German development actors and how this park has been managed and operated to the detriment of this particular people, the first people and the rightful owners of this park. As mentioned, earlier this month, Minority Rights Group published a report entitled "To Purge the Forest by Force," where the purpose of the research was to document in a systematic way the human rights violations that had been sustained by this particular community since their return to the forest that Julian described. And as Batois leadership explained it, that return was in many ways an act of resistance to a colonial project that disrupted and denigrated their traditional way of life. It was also a very overt reassertion of their legitimate claim to the forest. So the report, and I won't go into great details about the human rights violations that were actually documented in the report. I would encourage people, if they're interested in this subject, this material, this plight of this community, to access that report. It's available online on MRG's website. I lugged around a few hard copies today. If anybody wants one, you can find me and after the panel. But really, I want to talk about the complicity of the German government and how some of those dynamics have played out. And I think that it's important to remember that there's no suggestion that Germany was involved in the creation of the park, right? But certainly it is a flagship protected area for Germany, having supported the park in a variety of different capacities for the past 40 years. shortly after the park was created and the Batwa were violently expelled. GIZ, the technical corporation here in Germany, helped to secure the borders, right? Helped to improve the patrolling and monitoring to make sure that the original human inhabitants of that forest could no longer access it, enforcing the fortress that was built around their lands. They were also steadfast in the idea that the Batwa should not be able to return to the forest, an idea that was rooted in a racist and colonial ideology that they would somehow be destructive despite a millennia of sustainable usage. There's a historical responsibility associated with that, right? It's not just about how the park has been funded in recent years and the ways in which that funding went to contribute in many ways to the human rights violations that are documented in that report. This is 4 decades of supporting a project that is bent on ensuring that indigenous Batwa people are not able to access their lands and resources in a way that is self-determined, right? The KfW Development Bank has been the primary funder of the park in recent years, and in critical times in the history of the park has provided up to 50% of the total budget. So we don't have, KfW is unwilling and they would say unable to provide exactly how that money is used, but what we do know is that large, significant sums of money are paid to park guards, are paid for their equipment, for their paramilitary training, all right? And that, that is all part of the German project that is Kuhuzi Biega, right? Like I said, some people would say that the park wouldn't exist without German support, or they would call it a German park, right? Taking any type of local ownership or sovereignty from the place when it actually exists. In my view, and this is something that we're teasing out in this research, there are 4 critical ways in which German development actors have failed to live up to their human rights obligations in connection with their support of this particular park. The first being that for 40-some years, they have supported a project that does not have the free, prior, and informed consent of the indigenous people on whose lands it impacts, right? So free, prior, and informed consent is now enshrined in international law. It's part of KfW and GIZ's human rights obligations under their own policies. But Germany has never really reckoned with or reconciled with the fact or how they could possibly fund and support this park without the consent of the original indigenous people. So that's one. 2 is there's what I would call a lack of transparency problem with respect to conservation funding in general, but in particular in the case of Germany, who, when they're asked to disclose, particularly KfW and GIZ, when they're asked to disclose specifics about how they're supporting certain parks, they hide behind tenuous legal arguments about whether they're operating as a private entity or a public entity. We don't have any real idea of how this money is used. They can tell us how it's used, and they will they will tell you and I in so many ways that it's used for all these good socioeconomic development projects, but we don't have the information or the access to understand that. There's a related problem in the sense of there's a complete lack of monitoring and being able to know what's actually happening on the ground. I mean, South Kivu is a long way from Berlin. And when you don't have the mechanisms in place, when you're reliant on conservation organizations that have an incentive not to share some of the more unsavourable information, then the information flows are not getting to the donor so they can make appropriate decisions. A couple other things I'll just mention quickly is that Germany, in the case of Kuzibega in 2019, German development actors clearly had knowledge of existing human rights abuses inside the park, had explicit warnings from civil society that park guards were shooting Batwa inside the park, and that that violence was imminent. Right? They received that communication in May 2019. Their funding continued into the summer of 2019. There is no indication that they took any remedial action of any sort during that time period. And sure enough, in July 2019 was the first of 3 large-scale operations by park guards, along with Congolese soldiers, targeting Batwa individuals inside the park. So there's a knowledge problem and an inadequate response problem from the principal donor of the park. And the last thing I'll finally mention is Germany, as mentioned before, has funded the militarized training of these park guards that walk around with high-powered machine guns, that use mortars on civilian villages inside the park. They funded the training of those park guards in certain instances with public money, right? And under international law, namely the UN Security Council's arms embargo that's been in place in the DRC since 2003, that support is only legal when it was provided with an advance notification to the UN Sanctions Committee. When we did our research, we found that no advance notice had been provided by the German government, so they had ostensibly been providing support for paramilitary training in flagrant violation of international law. I think in totality, I hit on these really quick, but in totality, what it shows, I think, is that German support has not been peripheral to the violence in Kuzibega. It's been integral to a colonial project that has exerted extreme violence and trauma on a particular indigenous group, as demonstrated in the video. Thank you for your time.
Ja, vielen Dank für diesen ausführlichen Bericht über den Bericht.
Yeah, thank you so much for this report about the report. Now, on my left, you see an empty chair. Instead of welcoming our next speaker, we do have an empty seat. Why? Charles Zonkali Jones unfortunately did not get a Schengen visa and therefore could not travel from Cameroon to be here with us. The German embassy took the opportunity of him to tell his story and also to speak with decision makers in Germany, which would be really important to change and improve the situation in the Kuzibega National Park and improve the situation of the inhabitants there. And the conservation has to deal with this problem if it really wants to decolonize. We will try to get hold of him later via telephone, and given that the connection is not always reliable, what we did is we asked him to record his input and we will show his input now. He's a program officer at Okani, which is a grassroots-based tribal people's organization in Cameroon. He's been fighting for the rights of the Baka for more than 30 years and also for the decolonizing of conservation.
Hello, everyone. I'm called Kalisha Jones. I'm a program manager for Association Okani in Cameroon. Okani means action. Let's act together.
Yeah.
The presentation here today is made up of the context, the issue of non-decolonized conservation, proposed solution to decolonize the conservation of natural resources, and then the conclusion.
Einmal über die nicht dekolonisierten,
the Lubeke National Park is created
Lösungen für die Dekolonisierung
in March 19, 2000
und dann einige
854 hectares. It is located in the subdivision of Molundu, the department of Bumba and Ngoko. southeast region of Cameroon. Lobeke National Park is part of the cross-border landscape of the three national Sangha, which is also includes the National Park of Zanga Ndoki of Central African Republic and Nobale Ndoki of Republic of Congo. Mabek and Inki are two contiguous national parks created by the decree of the Prime Minister in October 6, 2005. Both parks covers 547,617 hectares, respectively, 309 and 362 hectares for Inki and 238, 255 for the Bumbabek. Together, this national park constitutes the largest protected areas of Cameroon. Around these three national parks lives the largest population of the Baka indigenous people of Cameroon, today impacted by the conservation projects and programs. Before the colonization of territories of the indigenous people and the government set up the laws made up by the nation state, the indigenous people live peacefully in harmony with relation to the natural resources in the forest. The protected areas created by the state have relocated the indigenous population from the forest where they have lived for many years, but now the Baka have been placed on the edge of the roads like the sedentary populations. Conservation today works in a similar way, ignoring the land rights of the indigenous Baka races and forcing them from their homes, exposing them to extreme violence. To decolonize conservation, we must recognize the contribution the indigenous Baka people have made in regards to managing and protecting this forest. Conservationists should uphold the rights of indigenous people, listen to them, and work properly with the community living around the protected areas. The law drawn up by the state, based on the colonial model, do not take into account the practice and the rules and the rights of the Baka indigenous people, and have restricted their rights and access to natural resources by limiting their subsistence activities, by limiting their traditional practices related to natural resources, by creating misery, poverty, and health problems in these communities. The proposed solution to decolonize the conservation of natural resources are put into practice or implement FPIC, the Free, Proud, and Informed Consent, in the process of creating protected areas and projects for the exploitation of forest resources, and to take into account the rights of the indigenous Baka population who lived before the colonization of their territories. The conservation of protected areas must be decolonized by taking into account Baka traditional skills and knowledge in relation to natural resources management. There is no intact nature on this group. Nature and humanity have shaped each other. Little is known about the various interconnections between human lives and nature. New conservation should learn and integrate their perspective about the value biodiversity. The government must develop laws that are consistent with the traditional knowledge and the rights of indigenous and local population who live in the peripheral areas of the national parks. The conclusion: revitalize the various existing consultations platforms on issue of access rights to resources for the Baka and the other Bantu neighbors, which integrates all stakeholders, government, parliament, local organizations, national and international NGOs, Baka and their local populations, to facilitate an inclusive dialogue. The decolonization of the conservation of natural resources is the solution to solve the problems of access right to forest resources by the Baka. Because before the colonization and the transformation of their living territories into a nation state and into protected areas, they live in perfect harmony with the forest, taking most of their subsistence using traditional methods. So that the conservation of these natural resources is important for the present and the future generations. It is important to put man at the center of conservation because we conserve for man and not for animals. Here is a video referring you to the term, there is no biodiversity without human diversity.
Quand mes grands-parents étaient là, on nous conduisait là-bas. Donc, ce qu'on faisait là-bas, c'est la chasse de subsistance était là. Donc, pour manger seulement. Bon, on faisait la cueillette, on faisait la pêche, on faisait le prélèvement de plantes médicinales. Bon, on passait aussi le temps d'éviter les épidémies de maladies étant en forêt. Bon, on prenait aussi le temps d'organiser nos rites traditionnels qui est la coutume Baka. Voilà maintenant, comme il y a ici problème de la conservation de cette forêt-là, c'est pourquoi nous n'avons pris le temps d'aller là-bas. Et si nous tentons seulement, on nous fouette, on nous menace, on nous amène même en prison. Oui. Voilà ce qui arrive à nos jours aujourd'hui.
Bilana dobi awanyi nyike dobi ba mefiane kukulu biya baka okupa tu déjà da diwa biya munyole awe na wabele même kunga kama ngumba nole tita leo makake no utangana ugogodia atulu akumba awa bele kefe kumba fo una baka ujule agbade baka ujule abele aga bele anyina mebela bele tela menyi ndenjo weke mamelete dobi mande adasi mande aji mande amobo mande agewe mandale me dobi adona ndo matitila ndale ndenjo we awanye kema mema yiwe na eko nagjali anagogbole atu kana safari nagu alamba na ligite angubule kubatu ati kubatu memgubula mungo senti ke rume itebo alamba bude tenjula le tu alamba seki make kuna la lebu make kuna nje abule ke make kute tinake kuna ngubule ke jele aduka awawe abele afi magweno pondo abele kama bi awalonjo nyi in the year I got it away awanyi mande amubuwe don mane wina abile ke wa bole bo iba kele atungu bole grave meke la ba ko nyuale utenyuale ite awunju kuke mamwe kuna nana bumale ndibila ke dobidobi embe ewo solo paseye dobidobi ado dasi tolo ado sekability ya angubwa.
Okay. Here, I would like to add up to what my friends, the Baka, have said. Many anthropologists, many social anthropologists, ecological anthropologists have written the book, and many books are today on our shelves. The Baka are hunter-gatherers from the far east of Cameroon. The forests are made mostly for the indigenous people, and the local communities surrounding the park status have been protected. Today, the Baka are finding difficulties exploiting their own forest resources. Therefore, the conservationists to put in mind, without the IPs, the forest and the conservation programs will not be successful without the indigenous Baka communities. Thank you.
Yeah, then. Thank you. Now, the next speaker managed to come to Berlin and is live here with us. Yannick Donyo is Managing Director of Traditional Ecosystem Survival Tanzania.
and as an activist, he fights for the land rights of the Maasai. He has extensive knowledge in nature conservation. He was former employee of the Zoologische Gesellschaft Frankfurt, and he theoretically also deals with conservation. He's currently doing his master's in biodiversity, nature conservation and management at Oxford University. Especially this combination of practical and theoretical experience makes him to a very interesting conversation partner and speaker, as you will see right now.
Thank you very much. And that was a very good introduction. And I would like to read you something, but before I read that, I would like to know how many of you in this room have ever heard of Serengeti National Park? That is very good. So I will read to you how it was established. And this is just a quote. We, the Lagwanani, or elders of the Ngorongoro and the Loliondo divisions of the Maasai district, agree on behalf of all the Maasai living in these areas to renounce our claim to all those parts of the Serengeti Plains lying within the northern and Lake provinces, which lie to the west of the line shown to us by the district commissioner, Maasai, on the 13th and 14th March and on the 20th April 1958. We understand that as a result of this renunciation, we shall not be entitled henceforth in the years to come to cross this line, which will become the boundary of the new Serengeti National Park and which will be demarcated. We also understand that we shall not be entitled to reside in or use in the future the land lying to the west of this line, which we have habitually used in the past. We agree to move ourselves, our possessions, our cattle, and all of our other animals out of this land by the advent of the next short rains, that is before the 31st December 1958. This was the agreement. Lastly, says the above agreement was interpreted by me from English into Kimasai to the above named Lagwanak today, and I am satisfied that they have understood it and signed it voluntarily. This was a British administrator, T.S. Colley, who was the executive officer of the Maasai Federal Council. How many of you believe this agreement to be genuine and truly the Maasai moved out of that land voluntarily? This is how Serengeti National Park was created through this kind of agreement. And before this agreement, a German researcher, Bernard Jimek, did a research on significance of Serengeti to be established as a national park, and he convinced the British colonial administration to push the Maasai out of Serengeti. So this was not a voluntary agreement. Sadly, Bernard Jimek won an Oscar because of this. Can you really believe that the Maasai are more or less conservationists whose lives and livelihoods and practices have made Serengeti a very beautiful land, that Bernard Jimek should win an Oscar just by documenting what is there? And because Bernard Jimek later on found Frankfurt Zoological Society and managed it for several years, which he put in Serengeti National Park to continue the legacy of conservation up until today. And what is obviously seen, Serengeti National Park and the conservation models that were created by Bernard Jimek and perpetuated by Frankfurt Zoological Society are failing. Very sad. Right now, they are speaking of extending the line that you just heard to make more courts, to make more layers for Serengeti, because 14,000 square kilometers they took in 1959 are not enough to conserve biodiversity. So we are here to say one thing, what happened in 1950s is completely a failure, is completely deprivation, and is completely wrong. And we are here to just say a few messages. One, this is a wake-up call for anyone who is funding and who is supporting the fortress conservation, who is funding and supporting discrimination in conservation and abuse of human rights in conservation, to stop doing that. It is a message that conservation, because it is failing, several decades in the future, indigenous peoples are going to win this war. And it is important that you support us now because there is no biodiversity. There is no biodiversity without cultural diversity. It is the practices of these people that are perpetuating biodiversity that you want to be conserved. And I am sorry, but I have to say, for example, today Africa becomes so powerful than Europe and America combined. And now we tell you, you have to create more parks, you have to create more national parks, you have to create project areas, you have to move. You will not agree. You completely will not agree. And it's because it is so painful. The children lose homes, people lose livelihoods, people lose identities, people lose lands because of conservation of today. So, because conservation is failing, we would like to demand that anyone who feels that conservation should be created by any means right now, which means taking land from people, indigenous communities and local communities, that it should stop. We are asking you to send this message everywhere. Stop taking land for conservation because you are causing pain and you are causing losses and you are causing displacement and you are causing a loss of an identity for peoples. That's one message that we would like to send through this podium. The second message, conservation is so good. Don't think that we don't like conservation. We know how to do it. We do it better than the ecologists, and if you are here, I'm sorry, but that is the reality. But you cannot do conservation without the indigenous peoples. That is just the reality. So we call upon national governments and supporters of conservation to go down and dialogue with the people whose lands can support whatever you think conservation is, because we know it. And if you think there's any other way of doing conservation, go and dialogue with the people whose land, the land belongs to. Thank you very much.
Ja, besten Dank für diesen sehr, sehr wichtigen Beitrag, Herr Ndoyo.
Yeah, thank you very much for this contribution. Now, Given that what we've heard so far, we all agree that things cannot go on like this anymore. But we've also learned that it's a fact that these problems are systematic and that they are also not new. Now, my reaction is as following, and perhaps yours as well. We as German taxpayers, we don't want that such a system is financed with our money. The question is now, how is the German government reacting on this situation, and what is being done to stop this situation? Now, Fiora Longo will talk about this and other things. She's part of the research advocacy team at Survival International, and she's head of the campaign Decolonize Conversation, and she has visited in this role many communities in Africa and Asia and documented human rights violations and spoke with the survivors. She passionately fights for respecting the land rights of indigenous peoples. It's not exaggerated to say that without her, this conflict would have not taken place. And Fiora Longo, you have the floor.
I will stand up. I have a presentation. Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm the director of Decolonize Conservation, not Conversation, as it has been translated. It's fine, but it was funny. Okay. Oh, it's working. Okay, that's great. Sorry, this is. So my presentation today, it's called Your Money is Poison to Us. I will start with this image, which might seem weird to you. I hope you recognize it, otherwise we have to complain with the schooling system. But this is the liberation of Paris from the Nazis in August 1944. Why I am talking about this? Because what we need to decolonize conservation is to change the image we have in our mind, to change the mythology. Conservation is a mythology, as it was partially this image. This image is real in the sense that it has been really done, this has really happened, but it's also a production, a construction. Archives shows when Americans and British generals were discussing with Charles de Gaulle, the French general, about the liberation of Paris and the role of French troops, they accepted French troops to arrive among the first to enter to Paris, only if 100% of the troops, 100% of the troops were white. So Charles de Gaulle had a problem, because there were not French white troops. The 60% of the troops in France were Africans. 2/3 of each unit was black. So Charles de Gaulle had to find these white troops and found a small unit stationed in Morocco, where there were 25% of the troop was black. So they could be made, it could be made. It was not, it could be made white. So they called General Leclerc, which I don't know if you know it, but he's legendary, then became legendary general of the 2nd Armed Division of France that entered to Paris. This had a very, very big impact on the way that French people and Europeans and Americans saw the Second World War. Not only because those people, those black people, didn't get any compensation at all, but also because, can you imagine how Europeans would have reacted differently to what was going on in Africa after decolonization if they had identified Africans as liberators? They wouldn't have tolerated at all the same Nazi behavior that Europeans were having in Africa. So let's go and let's talk again about mythology. Sorry, this is not what I wanted, because I want to show you this image from The Lion King, the movie of Disney. This is also the product of a construction. Also, black people have been eliminated from this picture. This actually has been the set of Disney. Disney has been inspired by a national park in Kenya where the Maasai were evicted. And then if we go to the present, this is the Serengeti National Park where Yannick was talking about. It's called an icon. This icon is also the product of a terrible and violent construction, the eviction of the Maasai. And I want to read these images, as I said, shape the way that we do policies, shape the way that we think about these spaces, because Frankfurt Zoological Society, in their report of 2009, said Serengeti is not a pasture land. well, it was a pasture land before the Maasai were evicted. And they said, the threat to Serengeti's wildlife is the competition for resources through illegal incursions by cattle and herders. And they say there is an enforcement team that is working, and cattle found in the park are seized until the perpetrators pay fines. They call perpetrators the local community, and they say illegal. They're illegally entering their park. This is a German construction, because as Yannick said, this guy, Bernard Gimek, or whatever his name is, who other than being a Nazi won an Oscar, he is the one who created this imaginary. In a national park, nature has the priority, no people are allowed. And that's what happened, no people were allowed, people were evicted. This is, as I said, German mythology not only. I don't have time to tell you the story of this idea of wilderness, but just to let you know that this idea of nature has to be empty, natural parks are wild, it's actually a mythology, a construction. This is a reality. This is a picture I myself took. You can take the same picture everywhere, everywhere. You can see the zebras, you can see the cattle, you can see the people. This is the reality. 80% of biodiversity is on indigenous people's land. Every piece of scientific data we have up to date show that there is biodiversity in indigenous territories. There is more biodiversity in indigenous territories than everywhere else. On indigenous territories, there is less deforestation. There is, when the rights are recognized, there is more carbon stock. All the data today show us that indigenous people are the best conservationists. This is coexistence. All scientific data, or most of the independent scientific data, show us that protected areas are not working. That protected areas are not doing anything to stop wildlife loss, and also they're showing us that when people are evicted, elites, tourism, trophy hunting, sometimes mining can be installed inside the protected areas. So why your governments keep doing exactly the wrong thing? Why they keep sending and giving money to projects that don't work, and a model of conservation that is failing the people and nature? So if we look at this data, which I took from some World Bank data, 2016, but it's the same now, 2018. Germany is the biggest funder of what they call poaching, illegal wildlife trade. We have seen that those poachers are local people that are trying to feed their families, that enter in their land. Germany is the biggest bilateral donor because GAF is a together of countries. We see where the money goes, not only from Germany, from all those countries. Law enforcement and protected area management. That's how they spend all money. They spend their money fighting local people and evicting them from their land, not tackling the underlying cause of biodiversity lost. So 97% of German money goes to Africa and Asia. The German Development Bank currently contributes to supporting 740 protected areas. This is more or less the area of Germany, France, Poland, and Sweden together. Germany is also the biggest donor of conservation of biodiversity. This money don't go only to countries directly from Germany to Congo, but it goes to NGOs like Frankfurt Zoological Society, WWF. Actually, the German government thinks that these are the best partners in the world, and they think that cooperation to country should stop, and those parks should be directly managed by people like this. Despite the fact that in 30 years at least that Survival International have proved WWF violates human rights. WWF and Frankfurt Zoological Society and Wildlife Conservation Society and other organizations have been accused to support park rangers that evict or evict or fine people that are in the park, but also, in the case of WWF and WCS, torture, murder, gang rape people. So what can we do, and what has been done? The first time we met BMZ, about violations of tribal people was in 2015, 7 years ago. We met several times and we raised this issue with BMZ, KFW, GIZ, asked for meetings, tried to meet them, give them a lot of information. We met MPs, a dozen of them, from the Green Party, from the Socialist Party, for every kind of party. We went to the parliament, to the Bundestag, to tell this story. We talked to journalists. We invite them here, but you can't see them, and nothing has been done, except some recommendations that are useless. During a meeting with a Green member of the Bundestag, after 30 minutes we have explained them about the rapes, abuse that the German government fund. He told us that there are also rapes in Berlin. There's nothing he can do about it. And yes, he understands the problem, but what can we do to save the monkeys? So this is here what we have to tell to these people. This is what they have to do to save the monkeys. It's very easy. We have to recognize indigenous people's rights and create binding legislation that don't allow all taxpayer money to go to the wrong projects. This is a US bill that has been done after an investigation of the American government and into human rights abuses in conservation and a hearing that I will show you. They produce a bill, it's not approved yet, that will create human rights safeguards for grants going from the US government to conservation organizations. If there are human rights abuses, Americans stop the funding. We have been trying, the Germans, to do the same, but of course, for them, conservation is the greater good and everything can be sacrificed in that name. So I want to show you just a video and then I will tell you something else we can do. I don't know if it works, the video now. I think it's quite powerful because it shows how much power these conservation organizations have. I don't know if it works, the video, just, okay.
Series of investigative reports focused on the mistreatment of indigenous and local people around parks managed or co-managed by the World Wildlife Fund. Murder, gruesome torture, dozens of reports of rape, burning a village, killing men, women, and children, conducting night raids and terrifying local community members.
Truly heinous atrocities.
The word colonialism comes to mind.
The panel found that WWF knew, often for many years, about alleged human rights abuses in the parks and protected areas it supports in each of these countries. WWF nevertheless continued to provide financial and material support. And most important, WWF often failed to take effective steps to prevent or respond to the abuses.
Do you believe WWF bears any responsibility for the abuses that happened in any of the parks that it manages or co-manages?
You know, I want to say first that, as I said in my testimony...
Just yes or no, Ms. Hamlin, it's a simple question. Does WWF bear any responsibility for the abuses at the parks you manage?
Mr. Chairman, there's no evidence. The panel found that WWF did not participate in or contribute to those abuses. We do, however...
You're declining to answer yes or no whether you bear any responsibility.
It is frankly shocking to hear WWF portray the report as if it largely exonerated WWF. The WWF country director and park director decided not to investigate. I think there's a direct connection between fortress conservation and the kind of human rights abuses that we're talking about.
Any hint of abuse in the name of conservation simply cannot be tolerated.
So just to finish, as I show you since the beginning, it's the images we have in our mind that are shaping our policies. We think those spaces are wild, there is nobody living there, and we don't know. The majority of the people just don't know that this is actually happening. So we really need to fight alongside, now that you know, along indigenous people for a model of conservation that is different, that really put indigenous peoples and their right at the heart. Recognizing indigenous territories is the best way at all to protect nature. But also, we really need to ask our government to start really fighting the causes of environmental destruction instead of giving money to these kind of NGOs that are paying park rangers to abuse local people. Because the image that we need to build is this one, is this nature or the Lion King with the houses and the people living together. This exists in reality. This is the reality. This is what we should be fighting for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Public pressure and critical public words that came up in Fiora Longo's presentation. And I hope that we were able to convince you to become a supporter of our cause. If you have any questions or if you are not completely convinced, you can ask questions to our panelists. Just like in the first panel, give me a show of hands so that I know that you'd like to ask a question so that you can use the room mic so that everybody can hear your answer, your question. And for those who are joining us online, write your question in the chat. But before we start, let me just check whether we can have Charles join us. Hello, Charles. Can you hear us?
Very nice. I can hear. I'm in Cameroon. I wanted to attend the Berlin conference. It was very hard. My presentation is based on what we call the violation of the rights of access to natural resources of the Baka indigenous people by conservation projects and programs. I'm called Sonkali Jones. I'm a program manager for Association Okani in Cameroon.
Thank you so much, Charles. We can hear you clear, and whenever there are questions for you, we'll forward them to you. And just to start with one question from me, could you describe how the life of the newer generations of peoples, how that is different from how you grew up or how your parents' generation grew up? Can you tell us how the relationship with the land and the forest is different now and then?
Yeah, if I can hear you very well. You know, in the Lubeke, around the Lubeke National Park where I grew up, we have many difficulties when the Germans arrived, the French people arrived. They saw the forest like a wilderness. And these forests were not wilderness, but they are the homes of the indigenous Baka people. They started to do whatever they wanted to do. And later on, they have to bring the Baka out of the forest. And the Baka started stuffing on the road. This is how we started, our association started to defend the rights of the indigenous Baka people. Because they were surrounding the Lubeke National Park, which was covering almost about 270 and 855 hectares. And the many people who are staying around this area are the indigenous Baka communities. These Baka communities, before the colonization of the territories of the indigenous people and the government, made up their laws. Made up by the national state, the indigenous people live peacefully in harmony with their forest. The protected areas created by the state have relocated the indigenous population from their forest, where they have lived for many years. But now the Baka have been placed on the edge of the roads, like the sandan tree populations. Conservation today works in a similar way, ignoring the rights of the indigenous Baka faces, the races, and forcing them from their homes, exposing them to the extreme violence. To decolonize the conservation, we must recognize the contribution the indigenous Baka people have made in regards to their managing and protecting this forest. Conservation is to uphold the rights of the indigenous people, listen to them, and work properly with them. Also to work properly with the communities living around these protected areas. The laws drawn up by the state based on the colonial model do not take into account the practices and the rights of the Baka indigenous people and have restricted their rights and access to natural resources by limiting their subsistence activities, by limiting their traditional practices related to natural resources, by creating misery, poverty, and health problems in these communities. What we have to do is to put into practice what we call the FPIC, the Free, Prior, Informed Consent. And the projects and exploitation of these forest resources can be taken into account the rights of the indigenous Baka population who lived before the colonization of their territories. The conservation of the protected areas must be decolonized by taking into account the Baka traditional skills and knowledge in relation to natural resources management. What I can say again, there is no intact nature on this group. Nature and humanity have shaped each other. Little is known about the various interconnections between human lives and nature. New conservation should learn and integrate other perspectives about the value of biodiversity. The government must develop laws, and they are consistent with the traditional knowledge and rights of the indigenous and the local people who lives in the peripheral area of the national parks. The advice I would like to give is to revitalize the various existing consultation platforms on issues of access rights to the resources for the Baka and their Bantu neighbors, which integrates the stakeholders, government, parliament, local organizations, national and international NGOs, Baka and their local population, to facilitate an inclusive dialogue. The colonization of this conservation of natural resources in the solution to solve the problem of access rights to forest resources by the Baka, because before the colonization and the transformation of their living territories into a nation state and into a protected areas, they live in perfect harmony with the forest, taking most of their subsistence, using traditional methods, so that the conservation of these natural resources is important for the present future generations. It is important to put man in the center of conservation, because we conserve for man and not for animals. That is why I place on a video, and I want to shoot out the video for you to see how these people use, or what we call no biodiversity without human diversity. I think Nicholas has the video. So this is the video. I don't know whether it works very well.
Sorry, Charles, I hate to interrupt you, but we saw the video of your presentation, and we had a lot of, it was very, very insightful, and so just that you know.
Please, I can hear you very well. It seems the connection is not too good yet. Yeah.
Sorry, Charles, I can hear you very well. I was just reiterating that we showed your presentation and everybody has seen your video, and if there's anything you would like to add on to that, there's your chance now.
Yeah, I would like to add so many things. Because the Baka has many traditional circumstances in the forest. They have many things they do in the forest. They use many things, the resources from the forest. And since this conservation has started, many things have gone astray. Violence, brutalization, many things that we can stop the Baka from using their own natural resources. So what I can give an advice to, or what I want to add up to, many anthropologists have written so many things about the Baka and they are living in the forest. The forests have been a place where the Baka practices their rights. The Baka use the forest for themselves. They are so poor that they don't have money to go and buy things from outside. And the forest is rich for them. That is why they use the forest and they have everything they need from the forest. So please, I would like to continue. Conservationists should know, remember the management of the Baka when they were in the forest and how they were using the forest. It makes the forest to be very rich, more than what the conservationists are doing today. And I know without this, conservationists would never succeed in their work they do without adding the Baka in the forest. This is what I would like to add to my presentation.
Thank you so much. We would love to have you here in Berlin, and we're very sorry that you cannot attend, but hopefully soon. And thank you so much for being with us on the phone. And now I would like to open the floor to questions from the audience, to all of our... Entschuldigen Sie bitte, ich spreche gerne auf Deutsch weiter. Ich würde jetzt gerne wieder den...
And now we can open the floor. We can open this up to all of you if you have questions. And we proceed as earlier. You can post your questions in the chat for those of you who are with us online, or you can just raise your hand if you have a question. If you're with us here in the room, please make sure to use a mic. Do you have, are there any questions?
Ich habe Sie übersehen, entschuldigen Sie. Einmal in dieser weißen Maske, und ich glaube, da hinten war auch noch eine Frage.
All right, I see 2 questions.
Genau. Herzlichen Dank erstmal an alle.
Thank you very much to all speakers. My name is Silke Spohn, and you said earlier that there is nobody here from the German government, BMZ or Kfz. I am from the GIZ, so I'm outing myself, and I was very interested in your input. I was happy to be part of that. And let me just say a little bit about my background. For 20 years, I've been working for GIZ. For many years, I worked abroad and also here in Germany, mostly in Latin America. And among other things, I was responsible for 7 years for strengthening indigenous peoples in Latin America and in the Caribbean for GIZ with the objective to accompany our BMZ to set up its concept for the concept that helps the cooperation of BMZ and indigenous peoples. The GIZ has political guidelines that are valid for all implementary organizations. So I can't speak on behalf of everything that we have heard from different countries. I don't have that much knowledge, and I would not make any judgments. What I can say, however, is that given that we've seen a graph showing how many funds Germany is giving to fight poaching, and that Germany is the biggest funder. At the end of the day, the approach of BMZ, which is a development ministry, the approach is to have a sustainable development, and nature conservation is not a focus, really. It's not about nature conservation per se. It's to see nature conservation as part of development. So development at a global level, basically, where people can sustain their livelihoods so that they can continue living, especially knowing how the state of biodiversity is in general. And it was said that the 196 states are negotiating the new framework on biodiversity, and Germany and Austria are member states. So everything that is negotiated there is something that we need to implement here domestically as well. So the approach of BMZ is a development policy approach. So the idea is to do nature conservation with the people and the partner organizations. Every 196 country is responsible for its own country and support its people using a human rights-based approach and making sure that nature conservation only works with the people. The BMZ is basically trying to build institutions to strengthen institutional structures. We want to have good governance, basically, and introduce that in these countries and make sure that the state can improve its steering competences. It's not only about participation, it's also about creating economic forms of incomes for the local population, but always in the context of a global connection, basically. We all need the biodiversity as our livelihood, otherwise we cannot continue living. So that's the logic behind the BMZ approach to nature conservation. What I missed is that a whole time we spoke about protected areas. However, little was said or not much distinction was made about what means protected areas. Protected areas are not only the areas where no people are supposed to live. There are a variety of protected areas which basically have all different protection status. When you live in Berlin, you just have to go to the Schafheide. It's a protected area as well. And I don't know a case where people were displaced in the Schafheide due to the protection idea behind nature conservation. People in the Schafheide are living there peacefully. And in other countries, there are also different protection categories existing. And it's basically, now we can say that there in countries, there are, of course, national parks, and so there is no polarization, really. It's about doing the coexistence. This is the approach, really, that I wanted to show. And through that, the funds also come up that have been shown in the presentation. Please do not be so polarizing. Please differentiate a little bit and see what lies behind these figures. So this was not quite a question, really. It was more a comment, but somebody wants to react on that, right?
Yes, I will differentiate. I forget to say that protected areas in Europe, there is white people living inside, no one gets evicted. In protected areas outside Europe, when people are black, people are being evicted. Sorry, I apologize. Another differentiation, GI said, is actually not the German government, it's a technical body, decision maker. There is anyone from BNZ here? MEPs, anyone decision maker? Not just public servants, no? Well, no one is here. No one came to here. Janik, he's from Ngorongoro, Loliondo, areas where the German government is today funding. 97% of the funding of Germany goes to Africa and Asia about combating poaching. I'm differentiating. So this 97% actually goes to do that. I think we really need to understand that here, we talk also, I will differentiate about guidelines and legislation. A guideline is not binding. GI said don't do anything with their guidelines. I'm sorry to say I don't know any project of conservation that Germany is funding in Africa that is not actually harming the people. So guidelines are actually not binding. Germany is the biggest funder in conservation, and nevertheless we don't have a legislation that clearly set up principles that need to be respected. The things we are talking about wouldn't be tolerated in any other field of in which the German government is acting. There is also a due diligence law in Germany for multinational companies, and there is nothing about conservation. This is not acceptable. Whatever else, guidelines are not acceptable when Germany is the biggest funder of conservation. That said, and I will also say that it's true that there are different protected areas. As I said, white people are never evicted, black yes, but there is also 5 other categories, or 6 categories of protected areas according to the IUCN. In Africa, and partially in Asia, the main kind of protected area that is created is those more restrictive, which is not the case in Europe. So in Africa, protected area, actually, the majority of protected area don't allow any human rights activity, which is the case, unfortunately, in other parts of the world. And this is part of the structural racism. Why someone in Germany can go inside the protected area and live and whatever, and not someone, and not a pastoralist? Why? Well, that is racism. I know it's difficult to understand that you work for an organization, a technical body that is actually committing human rights, but it is the reality in the field. People like him and other people could tell you, but you have to go there and talk with the people. The German government has to make an effort to talk with the people, not just invent it in an office in Berlin, what they think it is a protected area, because I would love that protected areas are like in Germany, but they are not the case. I have been in several, and I invite anyone here to go to see the reality on the field. We're not going to change anything just defending or work. If we want to change something, we have to challenge the way we think. We have to go out there, we have to see our policies. As I said, and I repeat, guidelines are unacceptable. We can't have guidelines. These are human rights abuses. We have to have legislation. And Biden legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just a very, very brief addition, and thank you very much for the representative of BMZ. GIZ, okay, which is actually the right one. And I can assure you, we have been very, very diplomatic and very, very polite here. It would be a different case if you went to the villages and you met the village people with the pain they have faced. They would be speaking completely a different language. I would expect it. These are very valid claims, very valid accusations that we're making. It would be proper for a representative of GIZ actually to have said here, we will go and check out. That will be really something that we would accept, because they funded the government and then they stay in the background to let the government do what they have instructed. This is very unfair and very unacceptable. And because GIZ is a funder of natural resources almost across the developing world, what is happening is very bad. Violations, abuses, and we need those to stop. If you are saying that we are supporting the livelihoods of people, people are losing livelihoods because of conservation. We would ask you, like what Fiore said, go on the ground, go and speak to the people, listen and hear what the people are saying, because you may not want to believe what we are saying. Go down to the people and let you hear what they are saying. They are losing lands because of conservation, and because you know what's happening. Take, for example, paramilitarism. In Tanzania, we used to have park rangers. That has changed. It is now paramilitary. Against what? Or against who? Who are you upgrading the park rangers so what? That's one thing. The other thing, they have created lands and given lands conservation categories, conservation status. Better lands, good lands, and poor lands. And if the governments, nation states, fail to abide to the status of the lands they put, take for example Ngorongoro. Ngorongoro is one of the famous tourist destinations in the world. And they say this is a World Heritage Site. World Heritage Site means it is a perfect place, safe, very beautiful. Everything you want as a luxury, you would get it there. But every year, IUCN, UNESCO, do whatever they call an assessment, and they say to the government of Tanzania, yes, this land, they call it property. This property is degrading because of more people, more livestock. And then they sit on the background. If you don't do anything, we will delist this land. They don't say anything else. And then they sit in the background. And what it means to delist land? It means it is no longer safe to go. It is no longer attractive as tourists to come. It is no longer appropriate for conservation or anything. And so the government of Tanzania has no option but to remove the Maasai people from Ngorongoro. It is really wrong to do that. That's what I said. Assuming that we flip the world and we become very powerful than Europe, And now we come and tell you, as tourists from Africa, we cannot come because, I mean, you have no parks, you have no this, you have no that. You will not like that what we are doing. So we are asking you kindly and very politely, business as usual is not working. Go down to the people because you can, speak to them, and then you will be able to change the status quo. What is happening is completely unacceptable. Thank you.
Just quickly take up too much time, but I also want to thank you for your comment. I think these are exactly the types of things that we need to engage with, and I think some of what I heard in your comment demonstrated a really narrow understanding of development that I see as particularly problematic in the case of Kuzibege at least, where development actors will be very quick to emphasize the economic and social development projects that they institute in and around parks, that they paid for school fees, that they built this road, right? That they generated all this tourism revenue, that they employed a few Batwa to work in the park. But it doesn't grapple with the fundamental issue, right? Which is access to land, access to culture, sacred spaces. And when you don't allow for any cultural development, I'm not sure that's sustainable development. I would actually contend that it's nothing close to sustainable development, right? I just want to make that point in response to your comment.
Wir haben hier vorne noch eine Frage und eine hier und ich glaube, da müssen wir auch.
So we can take 2 more questions before we finish. So let's take 2 more questions. My name is Julia, and I want to know whether has anybody been invited from BMZ, because it would have made the discussion more diverse. Has there an invitation going out? And I can answer this question. Yes, we've invited a couple of officials, and we tried to get them to dialogue with us, unfortunately without success. So again, BMZ officials were invited and were not invited, unfortunately. It's a good suggestion that you're making to invite BMZ officials, but these officials have a lot of space to speak. But what we wanted to do is to give marginalized voices a platform to speak and not have too many BMZ officials at this event. Now, I see another question, and this young lady here who wants to ask a question as well. Yeah, thank you very much for the input. My name is Johanna. I'm a climate activist for Fridays for Future. And in this connection, I hear often about climate neutral companies which basically go into compensation projects. And I ask myself in this connection, given that these projects are privately funded instead of publicly funded, whether these projects are bring about the same problems as those of public-funded projects. So with these privately funded projects, are there also post-colonial structures as well, or can you do something better when they are privately funded? Can somebody say something about that? Now, is this question to a specific panelist, or can anybody answer this question? So the question is whether if they are privately funded, is that different from publicly funded?
No, it's fine. I wanted to say, Simon, talk about it.
I think you can come on this stage, Simon, if you like.
So I'm happy to do it from here. So the question is, are the private funded like offset schemes and private kind of conservation programs, carbon sequestration programs, are they better than the publicly funded one? And the answer is absolutely no, they're not. What we've been hearing rightly is that despite there being these kind of guidelines and so on within the governments, these have existed for a long time, they're almost universally ignored. With the kind of private developments, investments that we're starting to see grow very quickly, all the big tech companies, Amazon and Microsoft and Netflix and Facebook and all that, they're all starting to put money into these programs, mostly in poor countries and often in Africa, that they say are protecting the lands and therefore protecting the carbon that's stored in them, and they're maybe even planting trees on them and sequestering more carbon out of the atmosphere. If there's very little in the way of guidance of government funding for these things, there's absolutely nothing in terms of the kind of safeguards that there are for these private conservation and private carbon sequestration schemes. And bearing in mind, and this is very serious because bearing in mind that these kind of voluntary carbon offset schemes have now been running for 15 years or so, and as I say, they're starting to accelerate very, very quickly. There are plans, and I've looked at them, it's kind of proposals that they should account for 1/3 of all climate mitigation. And if you translate that into land and how much land you'd need, and you have to cover in trees, it's about twice the size of Australia to do that. So somewhere, to accommodate all these demands for these offset schemes, that's the kind of scale that you'd have to be looking at. It's continental size scale. That land, of course, is not free, it doesn't exist, there's no place on earth where there's that kind of size of land that isn't occupied, often by indigenous people. So land is going to have to be taken for this, if these kind of plans proceed at that kind of scale. And I've looked at several of these kind of schemes recently, and they are all beyond regulation. The companies are basically doing what they like. They can bribe and corrupt a few local officials, you get the land, you do what you like with it. And bearing in mind that one of the reasons I think why a lot of these are starting to happen in Africa is because the people of Africa have such little security over their land. Most of the land is owned by the state. The state can give it away, essentially, completely regardless of whatever traditional, customary use the local communities may have had there. They have almost no rights to defend their land against this kind of thing. And so I think maybe that's enough to answer the question. But this is all now getting incorporated into global policy. As of last year, it was agreed that a global market for these carbon offsets will start to happen. So it's not just these kind of voluntary schemes, company by company. It's entire governments that will start buying these kind of offset credits, running these. And if we don't tackle this problem really, really quickly, this additional problem on top of all this conservationism is going to start kind of biting, if you like, and taking land in the next very few years, basically.
Yes, I would like to say something. Charles from Cameroon. The national park called Inti. It's a village where I spend most of my life. Conservation has ruined people's lives and caused much trauma. I think of some little girls and some people in the village who have died because of conservation. And I would like, if conservationists will put this in mind and go to the village, because today the village looks no road to go to the national park of Inti. If they can go there freely and talk to the people, so that the people will not scare to go in the forest, be looking for their food. Otherwise, I think when they don't go there, it will never work. The conservation work and programs will never work. This is what I want to tell to conservationists, because they have made everybody scapegoating from the village. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Charles. Aber jetzt haben wir noch eine letzte Frage. Ich bitte Sie, sich...
We have one last question, and please try to be brief, because we then will move on to our last section. I'm Katerina. I study political science. I follow the development policy in militarized conservation. We had a study by a report done by the Taz, the weekly, the daily left newspaper, and also read the report by the Minority Rights Group. I saw that you have submitted requests to learn more about the plans of the KfW and the BMZ. I was wondering how successful you were with these requests. Did you get any? You had to spend a lot of money, I heard, to get any information out of them. Were you successful? Colin, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, this goes to a point I made earlier about the lack of transparency with respect to the development agencies here in Germany. And I'm not a German lawyer. I don't pretend to know the German law around disclosure of this type of information. But we submitted very limited requests to KfW and to GIZ and to BMZ about their role and their support of that particular park during a specific time frame. So very limited. Submitted those through the Freedom of Information Act through the appropriate channels. And consistent with KfW and GIZ's stance, they refused to answer those requests based on legal grounds. I know that that is being challenged through litigation elsewhere, and it's uncertain on whether that will necessarily hold up or not. BMZ does not have the legal grounds to challenge it, at least not on the basis that KfW and GIZ did. And so they did produce a very limited amount of documents that were heavily redacted and weren't really necessarily, I would say, forthcoming about the amount of information associated with that project, which you would think to be quite a voluminous amount of information. So it puts civil society with not a lot of resources, right, in a tough position to try to figure out how exactly these development actors are funding parks so that we can monitor it in a way that, hopefully will bring some benefit to the communities that are being impacted by this. So, thank you for the question.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ja, es tut uns leid, dass wir jetzt fortfahren möchten.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now going to continue. Now, this topic is absolutely important to continue discussing, and therefore I kindly ask you to network and keep in touch. Now we will change basically and get the next panelists, and I'd like to thank the three panelists here first.
Ja, die Veranstaltung neigt.
Now we're coming towards the end, but at the end I would like to speak with Ime Ituen. I'm happy that you are here. Ime Ituen is a research assistant at the Faculty Global Climate Policy and Climate Governance at the University of Hamburg and part of the Black Earth Collective, a BIPOC environmental and climate justice collective in Berlin. BIPOC stands for Black Indigenous People of Colors and is an emancipatory self-determination. So, Ime, thank you for being here. And we are very delighted. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, and please feel free to address any other points which I'm not asking if you want to. Now, together with Lisa Tatuhe, who's here, you published a study on environmental racism in Germany. What do you mean with environmental racism? Now, thank you very much for the invitation. Now, my brain is thinking in English at the moment. Let me see how it works now. Now, the study was published by myself and Tatuhe, and we wrote that study together, and we realized that environmental racism is hardly explored. The term was coined at the beginning of the 1980s by Robert Ballard in the U.S., and basically is a term from the environmental justice movement. Environmental justice movement has been initiated by tactics and topics of the citizens' rights movement, which was very present at the beginning of the 1980s and has specific aspects of environmental justice that were looked at. There were studies in the beginning of the 1980s, and these studies showed that there is an unequal distribution of costs and the use of environmental damages and environmental goods. Now, the environmental racism basically shows that these environmental risks happen at the expense of racially marginalized groups in the U.S. This term was coined in the 1980s, as I said before. However, today there are studies that are dealing with this topic and have found a number of data showing that environmental racism is still operating today and also encroaching the living standards and life expectancy of people who are faced with environmental justice in the U.S. What we've heard throughout today, and also the study that was published at the beginning of the year, was, is this not first and foremost an economic factor? Environmental racism, is it not basically a farce? And is there not maybe a discrimination lying behind that is based on economic factors? Because black people and indigenous peoples and BIPOC in the U.S. often are also people who don't have much economic resources. And there are studies that are showing that this is not the decisive factor, that black families with a general income of $10,000 per year, they are exposed to the same environmental justice as white families with a average income of $60,000, for example. So we asked ourselves, racism, of course, plays a role in Germany and in Europe, and therefore we asked ourselves, what is the effect or impact of racism in Germany? And we looked at it behind the background of climate change and the effects, and environmental racism and its effects. They also exist here in Germany, and they would also affect mostly black people. Now, what we noticed is that environmental racism has been a topic in Germany for a long time. There's a publication from the Zentralrat of the German Sinti and Roma, and that was published in 1985 with the title, "We Want Citizens' Rights and No Racism." There, Romagna Hose criticizes 1984 the fact that in Darmstadt, City and Roma were pushed to the margins of the city near slums, basically, and near environmental risks, so to speak. And today, there are still cases like that where Roma and Sinti, because these are the cases that are well documented in Germany and Europe. And in Germany, there are currently 2 cases where we see environmental racism in Heidelberg and in Hamburg in 2004. Areas were given to Roma and Sinti communities as a reparation act for the atrocities committed by the Nazis. But these areas were areas which were sort of contaminated, really, because these areas were affected strongly by environmental damages. And that was something that was done without priorly informing these communities. So we see that in Germany, we see a continuity of environmental racism that so far has been hardly thematized or researched. And this, with our study, was the first attempt, and it's a short study really, to give an overview of the material that exists on this topic, and perhaps we can also maybe make our own findings. Some of you are, or most of you are living in Berlin. So when we look at Berlin's map and how the environmental risk is distributed, such as noise pollution and also air pollution or light pollution, and light pollution is the biggest environmental health risk. Many of you think it's the air. And in Berlin, when we look at the demography there, areas where indigenous peoples and black people are living are areas such as Neukölln and Wedding, which are mostly affected by these degradations. And disproportionately, these are areas where black people and people of colors are living or working. So we basically try to find first indicators that shows that environmental racism also exists in Germany. With the study and with our work, we also try to show that environmental justice and environmental racism do not only exist in Germany or the US. It's not just a phenomenon that is seen in the global north. Environmental racism has a global dimension, especially people in the global south, and these are black people and indigenous peoples and people of colors. They are affected by environmental risks, because these environmental risks, as they happen within Germany via the Roma, this also happens in the global south, and indigenous peoples are affected most there. Now, at the beginning of the 1990s, when the environmental justice concept emerged, and when the environmental racism was coined, the black communities who fought against environmental degradation, they said that we don't want to repeat what white affluent communities are doing. We are not saying not in my backyard, because that would lead to the fact that this pollution will then go to other areas of where black and marginalized people are living. So now, not in anybody's backyard was basically coined to show that environmental degradation should be nowhere, really. And the concept of environmental justice basically fights for climate reparation for 500 years of colonialism. From our point of view, it's a revolutionizing concept of environmental justice. Environmental justice is a sister or a small sister of the concept of environmental justice. Now, what we see, racism, colonialism, and the impact since this concept has existed, is basically putting that concept at the forefront. What we see in the transfer of this concept in science and also of the movement to Europe, this dimension of racism and colonialism critique has gone lost, really. So when we speak about environmental injustice in Europe, then we talk about socioeconomic factors. The studies that we've seen focus mainly on to what extent and whether people with less economic resources, poor people, are affected more of environmental degradation. There are two studies in Germany which look at whether migration, these studies look at the migration history and to see what that shows. So now these studies show that migration background is a more decisive factor when it comes to the exposure of environmental risks than the economic situation. Thank you very much. One term that I found also when reading the study were the sacrifice zones, and you called it in German the Opferzone, which could you say a little bit about that sacrifice zone and also maybe analyze that a little bit more so that we understand what is meant by it?
Well, sacrifice zones is a term that was coined to describe areas that are affected by environmental, that have externalized environmental risks, such as the mining, the plants, the mining operations, the mines, basically. It highlights the process of externalization of the consequences. What are the effects of these environmental risks? What impacts do they have in these areas that are exposed to these environmental risks? And this goes hand in hand with an erasure. And it was interesting to hear questions. Well, do we have representatives from the GIZ or BMZ? Why are they not here to talk as well? We had a number of, we heard a number of voices, and we saw a lot of evidence showing what they're faced with in reality, the problems. Sacrifice people is a very strong term, a very powerful term. We often talk about vulnerability, especially also in the context of environment and the climate crisis. And sacrifice people highlights the fact that people are being made vulnerable, that people were made to be affected, that if they are victims, they have been made victims of these processes. So it is a process. It is a they are not vulnerable, but they're being made vulnerable. So this is a construction, just as with the Disney images that we saw and the offset projects that were mentioned today. We always see images, empty images, where these plants are built. The land is empty, where lithium is then exploited. And sacrifice people always highlights the fact that in these sacrifice zones, people are being sacrificed. They are being made sacrifices. They are affected, of course, by a level of production, by a model of production and consumption that benefits only very few people. There are being made victims of this model of production and consumption. You know, we often construct a subject, a universal subject that benefits from conservation or climate protection, but reality is that this universal subject does not exist. We don't have a universal subject. And in particular, those who benefit from who are supposed to benefit, who are who they claim are the beneficiaries of these projects, they are made the victims of these problems. They are being sacrificed with these projects, with these conservation projects. So we have to really, really pay more attention, and we have to attend to the needs of those who are being sacrificed, be that people, be that ecosystems, be that territories.
Now, the last question is always a difficult one, always, because everybody would like to know what to do and how the situation can be changed. Therefore, my question to you with regard to individual responsibility, what would you say about that, or what can we do? Do you have any suggestions? Well, I didn't prepare for this question. I should have known, but it's a difficult question to answer. I had a conversation with Llanquiray, because Llanquiray said it's frustrating that this work, and in this room there are people who've been doing this work for decades, and the changes, if we are affected, that these changes sometimes feel so minute, so little really. Now, against this background, I find it very difficult to speak about individuals. What we need to talk about is our societal responsibility and our societal legacy and our colonial legacy. In every moment, in every facet of our life, we should be aware of that in Germany, in the global north, in Europe. Basically, we should be aware of that, what we continuously take in from the streets that we walk in, the cars that we are using. So if we continue thinking that maybe further, what is our responsibility, our actions, then that would be also endless, because they should go or penetrate every facet of our lives and are embedded in there. And this is what makes it so abstract. At the end of the day, what I'm interested in, and also the movements that I'm active in, we have Black Earth, for example. The question of care is something that I think of. This is the challenge that we are faced with. And this day, this conference has made it very apparent. Conservation and nature protection and climate protection. And in general, and this is part of the colonial legacy, nature conservation and climate protection has caused a lot of damage. We should not always think about what should we do in future. What we need to do, focus more are on the contents, which should basically stop and pause and really try to understand what has created these problems in the first place. Let me give you an example with regard to conservation, which was mentioned already. Why do we need conservation in the first place, really? Because in our Western concept, there's this idea that we need places or areas that are fenced and where people have to leave from because they are so-called protected areas. So we see a strong link between the start of colonialism and colonial conquering, so to speak, of the colonized continents. And we see nature conservation became possible with the arrival of settlers. And we see that exactly there, where there's a settler colonialism, the first national parks emerged. But why? The images of Mawvn showed it very, very nicely. These heaps of ivory. So there was overhunting happening, really. And the livelihoods and the habitats were destroyed. Animals and flora and fauna were then taken to these areas where they don't belong, and this destabilized the ecosystem. And I'm saying all this because I want to show that nature conservation also has to involve looking at these origins, really. We need to look at this, especially when we want to find or imagine real solutions. Now, the climate topic is really pressing. And the way we are dealing with this topic is basically a very destructive way. Care, for example, care and compassion is missing. Jutta Kill started her input with a fantasy journey because we still have a big empathy gap. We cannot feel what what happened over there has something to do with me. And this gap is a gap that we need to really look at before we start thinking about measures, because at the end, these measures would just then reproduce that what is caused in the first place.
Thank you for these words. Thank you for being with us.
Ja, wir kommen zum Ende der Konferenz.
Now we are coming to the end of this conference, Decolonizing Conservation. I'd like to thank the technicians. I'd like to thank my colleagues who were very active here and supportive. I'd like to thank the people from this venue who helped us set up this venue. And I'd like to thank the panelists, and these panelists helped us to show how nature conservation can be decolonized, and I'd like to thank you all for that. And I'd like to thank you who have come here and also those who are joining us online. One request I have is that we'd like to take a group photo outside the building, and I hope that you can join us for this group photo.
Aber die ist ganz gut und da ist man ja auch froh.